gone to Charles Davis on hand. Kickoff just moments away. Charles quickly keys to the game.
For me, it's coaching. Who prepared his team the best going into this one to give them the confidence to believe that they would win the game? That's who's going to come out of this one on top.
Set to go. Young Wade Coon ready to do the honors. And off we go from MetLife Stadium. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. So here's the Viking offense making their way out. And a glance here at their quarterback standing 6'3".
We're seeing it more and more this league, how teams love to have athletes back there taking the snaps, guys who can throw it and move around and get yards with their legs if needed. He's one of the best examples that we see out there right now. He can throw for hundreds of yards one week and then run for 100 plus the next. He adds an extra dimension that really confounds defenses when he puts it all together.
Now the man for Utah, this is Harold Jones. Right there on the first down run, he gets maybe 3.
I don't know if this is exactly a win-win, but if you're an offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
Here's McCarthy. And right away, he lost the football. The Giants have it, it's picked up. And they'll start with great field position at the 41-yard line. Not only a fumble loss here, but a fumble lost on your first drive in your own territory.
Now you're dealing with a lot of stuff here because you feel bad going off the field because you gave up the football. How does your own defense feel now having to go out there and stop them when the momentum is clearly shifted in their favor?
So here are the Giants now in great field position to start their initial drive. Leading them out is their rookie quarterback, the young man out of Ole Miss.
For every rookie prospect, there are always nerves involved in this moment. Running your team out to start a game. But there's a reason they brought him in. We're willing to make him their starter today. They believe he can overcome those nerves and lead his team to a victory. We saw him do it at the collegiate level and really make himself into a leader and someone you can envision doing the exact same thing here in the NFL.
Now they'll tuck this and run. They'll get 8 on the scramble there. And second and a couple.
I did think his parents in there caught off guard a little bit. They decided not to throw it on first down. But give them credit. They recovered in time to deny him the first down yardage. But it's only second and short. So that run is still likely to lead to a new set of downs.
Second and a couple. Off the bootleg, it's Jarrett. Bowers going to step up and run. And he will slide to the ground at the end of that one. 8 yards that time, able to take off, and the result is a first down.
We both know there's a lot that went into why they made him their first-round pick this year. Part of it was what they saw in college, his playmaking ability when things break down. As soon as he saw he wasn't getting a lane to throw, he pivoted and found an alternate way to the marker.
Tracy going to get it on first down. They're going to stop it right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. Second and 10.
How about the big guy there showing some agility and just flowed from his D-tackle position in order to make that play?
Here's second and 10. To throw, Dart. He finds Robinson. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3. Now Dart. Working middle of the field, it's got more complete. And he will have the Giants' first down, I do believe. Yes, he's got it by about a yard there on 3rd and 3.
And that one was a lot of fun right there because that was the game within the game. Third and short, blitz was on. What's the key for the quarterback? Get out of your hands in a hurry. And that was a quick little completion. Got the job done for a first down.
He's not able to get away. Sacked back at the 22. And now they'll stop play here, at least momentarily. A member of the Vikings in some discomfort after that last play. We'll get an update when we return to MetLife Stadium. The job becomes twice as difficult now after the sack. It's 2nd and 20. Play action now. Dart. He's got his man in stride. Complete. And it's going to be brought down just shy of 5 at the 6. It'll be a pickup of 15 as that'll lead to 3rd down. Well, we know he can run the football too, but he's a good pass catcher. That's been on display here, Charles, on this opening drive.
And we certainly have seen the benefits of what he did in the offseason, which was spend more time with wide receivers, working on routes, working on cuts, and then making something more complete running back, getting more of a threat downfield.
And he's unable to haul it in, so it falls incomplete over the middle third of the field, and that brings up 4th.
I wonder, Brandon, I just wonder, you think maybe he was worried about where he was on the field? Was he far enough? Was he close enough to the first down sticks?
Absolutely. He was right there by him, and I think he was thinking first down before he caught that football.
You got to catch it first, because if you don't catch it, there's no chance of picking up a first down.
So a pretty good opening drive. That'll make the home fans somewhat happy. They look at 6, but they got 3 in the early.
And they should be happy. The guys look good getting down the field. That's got to give you a little bit of hope. And good things are in store here in the baseball.
Could just hit the field goal. Now he kicks off. And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Vikings taking the field here for their 2nd drive of the game. They fumbled the last time they had the football. Unfortunate that it only led to a field goal. 3-0 to score as they start 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with a carry by Jones. And they nearly get this all the way to midfield. Mark it down at the 49. A big hitter there. A first down gain of 26 yards. We ought to poke a little fun at running backs past the age of 30. Oh, they're getting old, they can't run. But what he's showing, past the age of 30, you can still have some nice runs like that.
You certainly can, and I think that we're starting to expand our definition of old running back. Because it used to be as soon as they hit 30, you go to these guys and go to the younger guys. But now that the guys are taking such great care of themselves, as you pointed out, you can still get explosive runs at any age. A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent game.
Now the toss to Jones, going right. And he's going to wind up losing yardage here, as that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. The Vikings with the football here to begin the 2nd quarter, as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. 3rd down from the gun, McCarthy. That is incomplete.
How about this defense? They came up with a couple big plays in this sequence, and none better than the one right there, forcing the incompletion and bringing up 4th down.
So on 4th down, on is the punter Ryan Wright. Gunnar Olszewski deep for the Giants. Can't do it much better than that. This ball kicks out of bounds at the 40-yard line. So the Giants getting the football back here for their second drive. Their drive last time, it stalled out. They were forced to take the short field goal.
And the key phrase, you nailed it, forced to, because coaches look at these short field goals as a last resort, right? To them, that's not how drives are supposed to end. You're supposed to put 6 on the board. That's a consolation prize. Like going to the county fair, you don't get the big stuffed animal on that one, do you?
No, you don't go top shelf. That's bottom shelf material. That's it quickly to Howard. He'll wind up getting 7 on the play. And that'll make it second down. To his tight end, Theo Johnson. And able to get it across the 20 before they get to him. His first catch of the game, good for 11 and a first down.
I know exactly what's going to be said about that play from the defensive perspective. That's why I tell all you guys, we need more than one tackler to the ball. He broke the first tackle. Luckily enough, there were more people there to get him down.
They run the option here on 1st and 10. Maybe the wrong read there as he's going to go down immediately. Right, so 40-yard loss really sets him back now for second down. Well, that play never really got off the launching pad. He had a linebacker in his face before he had a chance to do much of anything.
Yeah, I think his big boys up front, that offensive line, they got to do a little bit better job of protecting him if they're going to continue to run the option like this.
Now let's have this in row. They're going to make something out of nothing there. 17 yards and a first down.
Doesn't make himself a weapon as a runner, and the results, they've been welcomed by his offense. My question is about the defense we're watching right now, partner. Even after he got him with a scramble earlier in this drive, they still aren't devoting enough attention to it. I would expect that after that kick, they do a much better job going forward, spying on him and passing him.
15 more there, and they're on a roll. It's another first down. They went counter there offensively, and a couple of defenders were on skates for a second.
They certainly were, and you know what offensive linemen love about the counters and the misdirections? Sometimes you don't have to block the defender. He can run himself out of the play if he doesn't read his keys properly.
They fights forward for a modest 2-yard gain, second down.
Not a huge carry there on first down, but not all there will be, but still all in all, a positive play for the offense. It's all about picking up at least a few to set up what you're going to do here on second down.
Second quarter, 2 minutes remain, 3-0 our score. From the 47 now to work with a 2nd and 7. Throwing his dart. And they get there for the save. They push it back 8 yards that time on second down.
All about the offense so far this drive, putting something sustained together. But the defense, they responded on that play. Second and manageable became 3rd and long. The drive marching to the end zone is one play from stalling out.
A long way to go here on 3rd down for the 8th play of the drive. To throw his dart. Under pressure, they got him again. The Vikings going to signal for their first of their timeouts. As they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. On 4th down, here's Jamie Gillen on to punt. Back deep for the Vikings, Miles Price. And he'll get credit for putting him inside the 20 as the fair catch is made right at about the 19-yard line. A 40-yard punt, no return. And it will be Vikings ball, 1st and 10. Looking to throw McCarthy. The throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll rule it incomplete. Couldn't keep his feet in. 2nd down.
I tell you, Brandon, this defense is playing with some confidence. Haven't allowed a play yet. Flying to the football. I'm telling you, someone's 11 to the ball on every snap. Another nice job there to force the completion.
2nd and 10. McCarthy operating from the gun. Now a run here off the RPO. He'll keep it. The Giants going to go ahead and use the first of their timeouts, as they stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime.
I sort of like what he did right there because he smartly wanted to avoid forcing anything downfield because nothing appeared to be open. Nice harmless slide there to avoid the big hit, and he gets a small gain on the play.
Here now a 3rd down and 8. Working out again is McCarthy. And the throw there going to be incomplete. The passing game not in sync here early. And now it's 4th down.
It's going to be another frustrating end to a drive here. This offense, they've not been able to get anything going in this first half. And now it's going to be time to gather on the sidelines and try and figure out what's going wrong. Who has an idea? Who has a plan? Time to implement it.
Fair catch called for and taken right near the 30-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt. And it'll be Giant football, 1st and 10. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. Dart. This one nearly picked off. Kind of surprising to see a defender of his caliber let it get away, but get away it does, and it's 2nd down.
But one thing we certainly know, he likes to take those risks deep downfield during games, coverage or not. The coverage was there on that one. No catch, but he's also fortunate. No turnover either.
Left side is got Robinson. And they get it down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 10 yards, good for a Giant 1st down.
Well, this is where reading defenses and practice time comes into play. Got to know what you're running versus zone versus man and how to run the proper route. And they just executed that one pretty well.
For the gun, here's Dart. There's a short look right by Johnson. Now the Giants will use the 2nd of their 3 timeouts. As the clock will stop with 18 seconds to go in the first half. Well, that's always a good place to throw it just because he's one of the biggest targets not only on his team but in the National Football League.
And you and I both know the quarterbacks love these large-bodied tight ends, and why not? Nowadays, they're really wide receivers who are just taller and have a little bit more weight. These guys catch the football, make big plays downfield. In the old days, we wanted them to block. Now coaches want to catch the football first.
This is going to turn into another 1st down as the tackle is made at the Vikings' 38-yard line. The Giants going to burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Here's Dart. Throw out wide, going to be incomplete.
Nice progress down the field was halted by that incompletion. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield to try and pick up bigger yardage.
So on 2nd down, the field goal unit is on here as they try to get 3 before half. This officially a 55-yard attempt. And this one is no good. He missed it. And that will keep this a 3-point game.
Yeah, 55 yards is anything but a given. You got to really concentrate on your leg swing and proper technique. This time, though, he's unable to convert.
A final shot before break. McCarthy. He's going to take a shot at the end zone. Why not? He knocks the ball away and it falls incomplete. So halftime straight ahead. Let's get you down to the Sunshine State. It's Scott Hansen with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to our studios in Orlando. Scott Hansen with you, and we'll keep it brief because the scoring has been brief. Just one field goal as we play on 3-0. I was promised there'd be touchdowns, so let's find out if we can get one in the third quarter. Send it back out to our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Okay, Scott, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustments are going to pay dividends here as we are just about ready for the start of the second half. Just one field goal and a tightly played first half as we resume action here in quarter number 3. And he'll take it past the 25 to the 26-yard line. Here's the Giants offense now getting set to start the third quarter. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, in the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
Dart going to look to throw here. This one is sliding over the middle. They'll go down as a gain of 6. And it'll be second down.
When you see zone defense, you know you got a drag route on as your primary call. You got to be really careful as a passer about how far you let your guy go because he might wander into some tough coverage.
Here now, second and 4. Straight ahead, here's Tracy. And a 42-yard line here, brought down there. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
That's a nice pickup of a first down on that second down run. And at that yardage gain, they can run that play at any down.
They'll go again with Tracy. And he gets us to the outside of midfield across the 45 before going out. 40 yards rushing for him now. He's carried the ball just 5 times.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, the veterans always think to themselves, just hang in there, just one big carry away. Busting this open, that's a good start for him. And plays like that are exactly what this defense needs here early in the second half to give it a little spark. I think their halftime adjustments, what they talked about, maybe it's just a little inspirational speech. Who knows? But looks like they're ready to go.
They'll hand it to Tracy. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. That'll wind up as a loss on the play, so now they're staring at a third down and 12.
Pretty straightforward play there by the linebacker. He saw the run, went with straight-ahead pursuit, and dumped him behind the line of scrimmage.
The last 2 plays each lose a yard. They'll try to move forward here on 3rd and 12. Out of the gun, here's Dart. He'll try to do this himself. And he takes us just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. 23 yards on the tuck and run.
Get really look comfortable there, scanning the situation, analyzing things, feeling the pressure, then stepping up right through the middle and sprinting for a first down.
Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. The game is Tracy. And he's He's going to get this one down inside the 15. That one good for 10 yards. And it'll be second and very short.
Looks to me like maybe there's a little attrition setting in with this drive. Because we see that type of a run, I get the feeling the defense gets a little bit tired.
And that's the last thing they need, especially when they look up at the scoreboard. Well, they'll go here in the jet sweep. And the big boys have fun. They're going to stop it right at the line. Not enough there for a first. No gain, as a matter of fact. And it leaves them at 3rd and 1. Ninth play coming up here on this drive. This is 3rd and a yard. They'll try and sneak it here. And the Giants' first down as they're able to convert. It'll be not by much on 3rd and a yard.
They'll pick it up on 3rd and 1 on the quarterback sneak, and that's not easily done because there are extra bodies in there on the defensive side, and they're moving forward at the snap.
Yeah, I was certainly expecting a handoff, weren't you?
Yeah, I totally was. I think they're doing it back, maybe trying to get a lead blocker. Because you talk about in different games, those guys with confidence in their offensive line, they just want to move forward and get it. Well, praise has to go to the guys on the offensive line because they've had a very nice, productive day running the football. How about that poor defensive line? They've been knocked around the entire game, and while they slowed them down on that run, can they continue to do so? Because they haven't had much success throughout this ball game.
That'll be incomplete. He took a shot as he let that go. He's going to bring up the 3rd down.
I think he had to unload that one before he ran into it. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. They head to the line facing a 3rd and 7 following the incompletion on 2nd down. And he comes back with one complete. And they're able to stop him short. On 3rd and 6, they'll only pick up 4. Three quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back now here in East Rutherford. It's been a very hotly contested game to this point. Just a field goal separating these two teams as we get set for the 4th quarter. And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. They'll try a lot for it. And they'll take it all in for a giant touchdown. Tyrone Tracy taking it in from 4 yards out. And the Giants will add to their 4th quarter lead. But we lasted all the way to the 4th quarter without a touchdown being on the board. But here, a key one to instill a lead.
Definitely, and I really doubt, though, that that's going to open the floodgates. What do you think, partner?
No, not the way that we've seen these defenses play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've been rock solid, but we had to know that sooner or later, someone had to surrender a touchdown, and it happened right there.
Too able to connect on the extra point. And the lead grows to 10-0. So that drive spans 13 plays. And it results in a 4-yard touchdown run. Following the touchdown, here's Koo to kick off. And out a little across the 25 or 27. Now the Vikings offense works their way back onto the field. And you're still in this game. I mean, you haven't scored. Offense obviously has struggled, but you're only 2 scores down, so hope not lost.
Not at all, because we're talking about the NFL, and teams can score fast in this league. Quick strikes, you're right back in it. You're exactly right. Keeping hope alive.
Looking to put a drive together. begin the drive with a give to Jones. And their work is forward for about 3 and second down.
Nice chunky yards at first down. It really opens up your options for what you want to do on second. You go right back to it and hope he explodes, or sucker the defense in before throwing over the top.
Now a 2nd and 6. On play action, now McCarthy. And now a full incomplete. He was hit just as he let that go. And now it's 3rd down. Now we've got a giant player here slow to get up after that last play. We'll get an update when we return to MetLife Stadium. So after the 2nd down incompletion, they'll come up now against a 3rd and 6. Now McCarthy. This one brought in by Jefferson. And he's going to get this to the 31, but then it's still well short of what he needed. So the completion gets him just a yard. And that'll bring up 4th down.
We're definitely getting towards the point of the game where not getting a lot of yards, the secondary keeping the clock moving. To me, that's a double win defensively. Short gain and some more time off the clock.
Well, and deep corner, here's McCarthy. Here's caught. Well, they get him down the 9 before it takes it across the 40-yard line. The time to pull off the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down.
This possession means so much for them. They've got to focus on this drive and find a way to make this a one-possession game. Got to get a score.
Yeah, so good with a field goal. Don't necessarily need a touchdown. Throwing is McCarthy. That's caught. And now the ball's out from near midfield. And the Giants have it. It's picked up. And they'll start out with great field position at the 47-yard line in enemy territory.
But I think it's safe to say they give up this guy is extremely frustrating. Here we are in the 4th quarter, and that last play, that turnover, they can epitomize what happened their own day on offense.
So symbolic, and that's why they're still being shut out. New York set to take the field. They sit in a good spot, having the ball back after the fumble recovery and up 2 scores in the 4th quarter. And now before the ball changes hands, they're going to take a look at this just to make sure that they have it right. Well, the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble. 2nd and short now following the fumble. To the air with McCarthy.
See, these defenses are making up opportunistic plays to keep this one low scoring. Flying around, making plays on the ball, and we see yet another errant throw as a result.
This offense so far on 3rd down, 0 for 3 to this point. They could use a conversion. They're up against a 3rd and 1 situation. Only a yard down to keep it, but that's all they needed. 1st down.
It's been a good drive so far. They just wanted to keep it going, so they call low risk, low reward play. No one's worried about big yardage here. Quarterbacks think, keep the chains moving, and pick up another 1st down.
All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. And that is incomplete. The coverage a little too good there. And it's 2nd down.
It's been clear in this matchup which side has been the more physical one. It's been this defense. And here's another example on that last play.
Another try, 2nd and 10 now. McCarthy off to play fake. This one is incomplete. Give him big credit for his coverage right there because when he saw the route break deep, he stayed in position to prevent a completion while avoiding any risk of a flag.
With the crowd here at MetLife Stadium in full roar. Third down. McCarthy is set to throw. And they're finding the open man. That's complete. And they're going to have another first down as the tackle's made at the Giants' 34-yard line. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So the Vikings in possession of the football as we get you reset. They've got a 1st and 10 as they search for a late score. Now a first down carry by Jones. And a short gain down to about the 43.
This is what happens sometimes when you abandon the running game. It's hard to get back to it because once guys get out of that mentality of firing out and hitting people, hard to get them started again occasionally.
Second down, 8 yards to go. From the shotgun, McCarthy finds his man. There's Jordy Madison. A big play here. Crowd on their feet. 3rd and 4. And he's going to be taken down here. A sack back to the 32. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to block him. He seemed to have a reasonable amount of time in the pocket, but he couldn't get rid of the football, and the end result, Charles, hit on the ground.
Yeah, he's got to keep an internal clock to go along with his offensive line. We're talking about 3, 4, 5 seconds. That's a reasonable amount of time to expect to deliver the ball down the field. So, great to try to complete a pass. It's equally important to let him do it out of the way, too.
They had to go for it with such little time remaining. And this long drive is going to wind up yielding nothing. Well, they had to take one final shot at the end zone, but now things are looking really bleak.
And I agree with that totally. You had to take the shot if they did score. You know, whether you call it a miracle or not, you line up, onside kick, get the ball back, throw one more in the end zone, who knows? Had to take the chance, just was unsuccessful.
From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. They'll start with the run by Tracy. The Vikings going to signal for the first and 8 timeouts. As they'll stop with just over 40 seconds to go in the game.
That's it. That's what you want. Straight ahead, positive game. Just keep that clock ticking.
From the 37, they work on 2nd and 6. Off the option, looks right around with it. And he is going to have a New York first down, and the Giants are going to win the football game. Now the Vikings will use the second of their timeouts. As the clock will stop with 35 seconds left to go. The D can only strike it one more time as they take the knee. So a victory here for the men in blue, the New York Giants. And not all W's are created equal, CD, and this one came in shutout fashion.
Well, their offense certainly didn't need to do anything, right? They could take the day off, and they did. For the defense, they carried them in a big way.
Yeah, look, the offense obviously stuff to work on, but they did enough. And the defense carried the load.
You know what they said? It's always fun to work on things. If it didn't go well in your game, put the victory in your pocket. And that's what they've got going forward. So that'll do it for us. For my partner, Charles Davis, and all the hard-working men and women on our crew, I'm Brandon Garth. You've been watching the NFL right here on EA Sports. With that, we say so long from MetLife Stadium.
Real fans know we don't just get dressed, we represent. And that's why I go on Facebook Marketplace for inspiration.
They're unstoppable on the field. You're unmovable from the couch. Lock in with 30% off groceries like chips and guac. Order in so you can lock in. 30% off groceries from Aldi, Kroger, and Dollar General on Uber Eats.
Just win, baby. The torch is lit before every game inside Allegiant Stadium. These fans hoping it drives their Raiders to victory in Vegas. Straight ahead, it's an AFC intra-conference contest between the Cleveland Browns and the Las Vegas Raiders. Go at Allegiant Stadium to return Jerome Ford. He's brought down what looks like the 24-yard line. Here are the Browns now, and after their first drive. They're leading them out, entering the league as a third-round pick rock and one of college football's all-time passing leaders, Dylan Gabriel.
He enters the NFL with over 60 career starts. How about 155 touchdown passes individual on record? Kicked almost 18,000 yards. And I wonder, can he use all that experience the same way Bo Nix did as a rookie in Denver? It's time to tell.
Here's Jerome Ford for the first time this game. This is brought to a stop up at the 34-yard line there. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
When you stick that first 15, Kate, that first play is a run play, but you can't do it better than a bounce play.
First down head up here, 1st and 10 from the 34. Now Gabriel. Chucks this away.
That's an excellent move right there by a rookie quarterback. You see so many rookies. We do, Kate. We're trying to play hero ball, force things in every single spot. He's already wise enough to know how to throw it away.
Still on that 34-yard line, 2nd and 10. He's got it along the sideline. And it'll be out of bounds right along the 40.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing, get the ball out on time and on the rhythm. But these outcuts are just so imperative. And the best of them, make it look oh so easy.
3rd and 4 coming up now. Gabriel. He's going to run for it. That's a first hit from Gabriel as he slides to a stop.
It's a game of eight. That's one of those momentum Rolodex players. Right before the snap, you know if the read isn't there, that option isn't there, you can use your legs to make the adjustment and get the first down.
The ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down. Gabriel here from the gun. It just gets rid of it. He ran a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses some pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to it before it's released and alter that throw.
Second down, run by 4. Power through one tackle just to get back to line and turn.
I mean, that's a run that's rolled up on the stat sheet. If you see a bigger play on the ground later on, or it could be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door, bigger gap in the future.
Raiders defense goes into time for 3rd down. 3rd and long, and the throw. The line is going to run for it. And that's a first down for Gabriel as he slides to a stop.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide in practice for artists just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play. And denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on it.
Here's Gabriel, 1st and 10. Tilted down the field, and he's got it. And
They take him out of bounds, which means his offense setting up for first and goal.
Right there. That's what you want to see on your opening drive. That's on a big shot instantly. Set a tone, take care. Not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today, boys. I love that.
Solid opening drive so far, Brock. Few chances to cap it here. This is first and goal. Judkins. Will not score. The defense holds and steps into that goal line.
They're so aggravatingly close to a safety on that one right there. They just had it over front. They could have had some points on the board defensively.
Another chance to get that low yard. Here's second and goal. Here's forward, running right. Touchdown. The Browns finish up an excellent opening series. So a very run-heavy approach to this one thus far. Hard to argue with the results as they start out with a touchdown, Brock.
Yep, even in a passing lane, Kate, it's how a lot of teams like to start, right? Everybody loves to think of winning the line of scrimmage. Why? Well, it sets up play action. It makes your protections a little bit easier. Win the line of scrimmage in this league, you have to win the game.
This is Andre Schmidt to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Browns switch up now to a 7-0 lead.
Raiders, nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to meet Ares. This is the most sophisticated security program ever written. You want to shake his hand? Go ahead. He doesn't bite. Ares has billions of lines of code unique to him. Is it alive? That depends on your definition, Stuart. Because unlike you, he's biblically strong, lightning fast, and supremely intelligent. He is fully proprietary and 100% expendable. Ares is the ultimate soldier. He needs no food, no water, sheds no blood, and if by some miracle he is struck down on the battlefield, I will simply make you another.
Cops. You shoot a cops, we're gonna run you over. You can't run over. Girl, I just picked up my car from the shop. Tell me why these hoes talking about I need a new cat. Like,
Here is Schmidt to send this away. Samir White on the return. Dodge the tackle. And in the end, he's able to get into what used to be a touchback. Gets at the 25-yard line. So now we have the Raiders for their first possession. And leading them out, you and I both covered this guy, Brock, the veteran drafted back in 2013, coming off a career high in passing yards last season. It's Geno Smith.
The most passing yards of Geno's career would be over 4,300. Also came with a little uptick in interceptions, especially in the red zone. But that didn't bother Pete Carroll. He knew exactly who he wanted to restart their culture in Vegas. That guy is Geno Smith.
First carry here for Houston Jensen. It's the rookie of the UCLA, Brock, versus Schlesinger making the start.
I don't think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. Leave us some shuffle around here in the playbook. Find a more aggressive call on second.
Following that little 2-yard run, it's 2nd and 8. And go play fake here with Smith. That's taken in nicely by Brock Bowers. He's on the 44-yard line as they hold him down. Now we're goes for 17 yards and moves the chains. I'm not going to call this a must-score drive here in this first quarter, Brock, but when your opponents start the game with 6, it feels like you need some sort of answer.
You need a response, right? You need a response. You don't need all these home runs or big highlights. You just need to keep matriculating that ball down the field.
Get off the guts. It's Jensen. It's got enough to midfield and into Browns territory. One tackle first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1.
I'm not kidding you, kid. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15+ at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards. They just got a very successful one.
So before they get the snap away, we reach the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. We'll return to Allegiant Stadium right after this. Time now for the second quarter. Raiders in possession. They have it on 2nd and short. Another give here to Jensen. He's tackled with a first down yardage.
Most of the people watching will forget about that play in a couple minutes, but the coaches won't forget it. He has that filed away the next time he really needs to pick up a few yards.
Going to the ground again on first. And this kid knows football. They're on a quick this time. He's not going to get back to watch coach. Listen, with that sack in mind, Brock, we all saw what was coming. So managed to clean up the play, even if it did come off the ground.
And you know why they call that a cat pressure for the secondary cave? Because it's a C for corner and a T for attack, exactly what he just did.
Flag down, this could be a free opportunity for the offense. This one won't be reeled in, but they had that green light to take the shot. They did. Looked like somebody on the defense jumped the snap. Pretty easy call to make. He lined up offsides, and now he gets a talking to from his coach.
Still 2nd down.
Move that ball up. It's going to be 6 to go now on 2nd down. Play action. Here's Smith. Just too good there. Didn't try to throw it. He's confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
Lack of points and the lack of yards have just gone hand in hand here in the first half. And it won't really trace back to the same root cause, inability to consistently find and exploit any opening in what's been a very sound defensive game plan.
Throwing on 3rd, Smith. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed. Once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. That sure altered the throw.
So now on 4th down, the Raiders elected to send Daniel Carlson out for the field goal. With a 54-yarder from the right hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all the...
Don't compromise quality insurance for savings or your time for this ad. Hit that skip button. Or don't. Watch me skip.
You in there? Hold on, though. There's a flag down here. Although, if this is on the defense, Brock, they're probably just going to decline it and keep that make. A fortunate break for them as they get a gift with Ruffy the kicker. Their offense heading back out to keep things going. You gotta be smarter than that. No reason to hit the kicker there. That gives them a first down. Shotgun snap to Smith. Right tackle makes the play. Stop at the 17-yard line. Offensive line. This is 2nd and 4. Shotgun give here to JT. 2 away from 1. And it's another first down on this drive. This time they're in first and goal.
Just get the first down. Help you choke up bonus yards afterwards.
Go heavy on this first and goal. 3 tight ends in the formation. Now Smith. He makes the catch, but he will not get the feet down. Oh, that could have been a highlight reel touchdown. Instead, just an incompletion. So they fire for the end zone on first down. Brock, I think a lot of folks probably assume after the incompletion it'd be a run here on 2nd. But what say you?
Yeah, I think you always got to be careful about assuming. As a fan, as a defensive coordinator, I think as an offense, you continue. You've worked on it all week.
He falls in the cross, but Boston is touchdown. The Raiders finish up their opening drive. No hesitations to start this one out, Brock. These guys came out slinging it. Seems like that's going to be what their offense leans on throughout this game.
Yep, don't see really any reason to get away from it as long as the results keep coming. The second drive, I think we'll all be watching that one. Will they mix in a little bit more run? Will they have to mix in more run, or can they continue to just shred this defense through the air?
Daniel Carlson on for the PAT. Extra point set right down the middle. The Raiders respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. Tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Return coming from the 6. He's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Second drive coming up for this Cleveland offense. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you gotta imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word chance, right? But this can't be a 3 and out for this offense right here. They got to give their defense a chance to catch a breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
Browns look just about ready, Brock. Here comes 1st and 10. Working from the gun. It's Gabriel. Raiders closing in. They take the goes. Drive begins with a rough first step there. That's going to bring up 2nd down.
Pretty even match in this first half. Just kind of like, you just kind of try to get a feel for which defense is going to come to life. You get that sack, and you go a long way to infusing some energy on that side of the ball.
Not much scoring at this point as we've reached our 2-minute warning. More from Allegiant Stadium coming up. 2nd down and 19 yards to go after that sack. Gabriel's going to throw it. That's the rookie from Texas hauling it in. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
Yeah, these in cuts maybe aren't the hardest throws from a degree of difficulty, Kate, but it does take some courage as a quarterback to throw into congested spaces, and it can pay big dividends.
Nickel set for the Raiders, 3rd down. Throwing it on 32.
I think that was the time the play we expected out of this defense to start the game. And undo that opening drive touchdown they gave up. That could sure help to get yourself off the field with that third down stop.
Browns looking to punt on fourth down, so on comes their southpaw, Corey Boborquez, to handle it.
First, I'd like to point out that is one bad motherfucker. That dude is a bad motherfucker. Do not look like he went through a human-sized cheese grater. Can't be those. You are a bad dude. Like, if we're in a worse situation, like, okay, fine, we'll just let that back to you. He might be because bad motherfucker. That somebody get invited to the barbecues because they think all of us are extra great. Really? Why? Run around and I'm in some town in Louisiana.
Little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. The Raiders on Brock, 1st and 10. Counter game to Jensen. It's the beneficial tackle. Shots made for no gain on that first down play.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard running backs say there's just sometimes you got to run into darkness. Just go where there is no lane and hope that something opens along the way. Now, I'm not percent. Not this time.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. On the cut, Smith. They're going to drop it. Browns take the first of their 3 timeouts. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Defense gunning for a stop here. It's 3rd down. Third and long for him here. He has the first down. And he will have this across that 40-yard line before they manage to stop it. And now the Raiders call for the first of their timeouts. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
Every time I see one of those angle routes, I think back to my day 1 install. Rookie minicamp in the NFL. Texas, angle route. 49ers of the 80s, they were making hay with it then. The running back's still doing it to this day.
Markers are reset. Here we go. Ball to 44. Smith on first down. That's another quick hitter. He's going to go down right along the field stripe. The timeout taken by Vegas. That's in 2nd. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left in this half.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. There's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Out of the gun, here's Smith. He's sure kid is going to make that play, but he hits the take. It's going to be 3rd down.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage. That really did help force the incompletion.
No connection on the last play. Now it's 3rd down. Smith in the pistol. Left to Luckett hits the ground. They got the football, but not the first. That's up just shy of the marker. 4th down. Now a timeout's called. Cleveland using its 2nd. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. Now the Raiders ready in for the punt. And they'll turn the former All-Pro A.J. Cole for the kick. And that is how you get a team deep. That hits and careens out of bounds at the 3. Cleveland about ready to go. Here's 1st and 10. Let's start on the ground. It's 4. They needed just 6 yards to begin this one. That's 2nd and 4. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3. So we're all knotted up here at the half, Ron, because we send this over to our buddy Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen here with the greatest version of the half. Whole offense is still trying to find their way. Competitive with the top. To find out top our broadcast. It's Scott and Brock Huber.
All right. Thanks for that, Scott. Back to the 3rd quarter.
Millions of views earned. But how do I earn extra?
2 words. YouTube Shopping. Enrolling is super easy. Just open the YouTube Studio app, head to the Earn tab, then hit Shopping. And join in as an affiliate. Enroll now.
This video is sponsored by Limo. What you see behind me here is the Limo 1 Plus automatic robotic lawnmower. This is an autonomous lawnmower that I am not remote controlling right now. I set it up, configured it for my yard, and it does all my mowing for me anytime I want it to. Continuously, night and day, anytime you want. And it does a really nice job. And I gotta tell you, this is the 2nd generation Limo. I had the Limo 1 last year. I reviewed it then. And it was my favorite mower. And it was my favorite mower for a reason. And when I say favorite, I mean it's the one that I've used the most on my lawn by choice. So I'm gonna tell you all about it coming up. All right, I'm going to come at this as if you have no knowledge of the original Limo. So the Limo 1 Plus is a workhorse. This thing is the only robot, it may not be the prettiest, but it's the only robot with an aluminum frame, internal aluminum frame. It's not just plastic. Yeah, the outside skin is plastic, but not the inside. The things that make this different than so many other mowers are, it's got this track system on both sides. This never gets stuck. It can handle any kind of terrain you throw at it, and it can handle up to 45% grades. That's 100% slope. That's incredible. It is. There's nothing that goes better than this if you've got slopes in your property. The other thing that I love about it, it's got a dual blade design, and the blades are under this deck. This front area here is the mowing deck. The entire mowing deck raises and lowers to a cutting height of 1.2 inches up to 4 inches. And the benefit of that is that the aerodynamics under here don't change. It just, like a regular lawnmower, it raises and lowers. Plus, it's a blade-first design, which means it is more nimble in corners and can reach areas that you can't with other mowers that have their blades underneath the middle of the body. It's got the charging contacts right here in the front, although that is a big change from the previous version. That's the way they come now. It's got Omni wheels under here. You can barely see them, but it's got Omni wheels that are adjustable height, and what they do is support the blades to prevent them from bottoming out. So you're not going to scalp your grass. Now, as far as navigation, this machine uses GPS satellites, so it knows where it is anywhere on the planet within 1 centimeter. Now, that uses an RTK antenna. If you're not familiar with that technology, it's an antenna that you install somewhere in your property. It comes with spikes and a pole that you can put next to the dock. I don't recommend that. I recommend that you mount it on the house somewhere. I actually put mine on the chimney with an antenna mount, and that just works really well for me. So that's what I recommend. But you're going to use RTK. What that does is between that antenna on your house and the satellite from the sky and the GPS antenna inside the robot, that's what gives it its navigation. It knows where it is anywhere in your yard. And it also knows if somebody takes it out of your yard. That's one of the anti-theft features. But it also has these two cameras up front here. That's called, those are binocular cameras for a feature called V-SLAM, which is a visual sensing, not only for obstacle avoidance, but also in case it loses GPS signal under trees or something like that, it can operate with V-SLAM for up to 10 minutes, okay? So that's a really important thing because there are a lot of people that say they lose GPS if they go under big trees or go too close to their house. Now here you can see these are ultrasonic sensors. There are 5 of them on the entire unit, so that's helping with obstacle avoidance as well as a touch bumper. And if it hits anything, it automatically stops and reverses. All right, let's do some obstacle avoidance tests here. We'll leave a toy out in the middle of the lawn where it's going to mow. Right, let's pass. Let's see what it does. That's good. It sees it. And it touched it. And it goes around and goes back on its way. And then it'll eventually come back and do the opposite strikes from the other direction. And the only spot that will be uncut is right under the object itself. So they say this mower can mow up to 1.73 acres per day. You multiply that times 7, and they say you can actually mow 12 acres a week. Now, you can have a 12-acre lawn. I don't think that's practical, but you could have a 4 or 5 acre lawn and be able to do it twice a week with this. I wouldn't do once a week. I like my lawn nice and trimmed. If you got a robot, you want to send it out every other day, especially in the spring when the grass is growing tall. And the rest of the year in the summer and whatnot, I send it out. I don't have to deal with the pollen. I don't have to deal with the dust or the insects. It's so nice just having a robot. Let it do the work, and you don't have to. Waymo has one of the best batteries among all its competition. This is a 36-volt lithium ion phosphate battery. It is better in the summer heat, and it can go up to 2,000 charge cycles before it starts to degrade. That's incredible, and they don't rip you off if you need to replace it. It's really good, and it's 15 amp hours, and that's what gives it 3 hours of runtime. Compare that to all the other mowers. You're not going to find a better battery. Now let's talk about anti-theft, because there are a lot of people that are worried about robots getting stolen. Well, this has a geofence alarm that if it gets taken off of your property, it will alarm itself, and you can't stop it unless you know the In addition, it has live location tracking via GPS, so you'll know where it is, and you can give the location to the police if you need to. Now, setup of the Waymo is really easy, and everything comes in the box that you need. The first thing you need to do is choose your dock location and set up your RTK. The RTK comes with a pole and spikes, which you can put into the ground, but I don't recommend it because it winds up moving. You really need this to be solid and steady. So when you create your map, you want this thing to follow it precisely. And that depends on having the RTK in the exact same spot it was when the map was created. So I really recommend mounting the RTK to the house or some kind of a permanent structure like a fence or a shed, something that's going to provide a clear view of the sky. It doesn't need direct line of sight to the mower at all times. So if the building is in the way, not a problem. It does need a clear view of the sky. Take your time when installing the dock. You want to make it as level as possible, and then you want to put it in with these ground screws. Now, it comes with an Allen wrench to put the ground screws in, but I prefer to use a drill because it just goes a lot faster. So the next step is actually mapping your zones. And you can have up to 80 zones. And a zone is basically an area where you want Waymo to mow. What you do is you use the app to maneuver Waymo, and you train it around the edges of your map, and it will follow that zone, that border, exactly. So you want to be really careful in doing that. And if you make a mistake, it's not a big deal. You can always modify it later. All right, paused it just for a moment. Let's get down low here and see what's going on. So mowing a little bit off. I mean, it's not horrible.
So here you can see that's the uncut grass on that side. And when I pan this way, you can see this is cut. So this is mowed. And it looks good. I don't see a whole lot of missed grass, although there are some. But one thing I do notice is the clippings are being ejected from the side, and which is what by design with the new one. But what I do see is kind of clumping. You see this dead grass here. I think this has to be removed. That little flap right there. Okay, safety out the window. Now hopefully the clippings will fly out evenly and not in one line. Whoops, the camera fell over. The best thing about the blades under here is that they are two separate steel blades. These are not razor blades like you'll find with other robots. These are real steel blades that are very similar to the ones in your push mower. Why is that important? Well, because you can remove them and sharpen them if you use a file, or you can use a flat disc on a grinder. In fact, I recommend buying an extra set of blades when you buy the mower, because in that way you can always have a spare set, sharpen the spare set, you have them ready to go so you can swap them quickly and keep your robot running. All right. I set it out to mow early this morning, and you can see the grass is still wet. So the problem is that the side discharge is clogged. See all that stuff there? So what a lot of people have done is they remove this piece, and they say that greatly improves it. So that's what I'm going to try. Now this was where the flap was. I took the flap off right away because that was clogged. I'm still concerned about this piece here, which I think is just a safety thing. So I think that can come off too. All right, so removing these two pieces should greatly improve the flow here. It's not as safe because of taking off some of these safety things, but you know, if you've got a big lawn and you need to have it mowed, and it takes about 5 hours to do, you can't necessarily wait. Yeah, you can see the grass is coming out much better. The beauty of side discharge is that you can go on vacation sometimes and you're not able to mow your lawn. You come back 10 days later and it's a little overgrown. You don't have to worry about line mow. He can handle it. That's the beauty of the side discharge, is that there's no clogging. It just comes out just like a regular lawnmower. I keep saying it because that's what it is. It's a regular lawnmower. It just happens to have a robot. So living on a corner property like this, I really appreciate the stripes that Lima lays down. It just makes my lawn look so impressive from whatever direction you come from. But when you see those stripes going back and forth, it's a wonderful thing. And Lima costs the same whether you have a half-acre yard or 5 acres. The only difference is the optional 10-amp charger for an extra $200. And if you've got a lawn that is bigger than an acre, I think you're going to really appreciate having that faster charger. So what do you think about the Lima 1 Plus? Leave me a comment down below and let me know your thoughts. And of course, I will leave a link in the video description if you'd like to pick one up. I am an affiliate of Lima, so if you buy through my link, I do make a little bit of a commission, and I do appreciate that. Of course, if you like this video, please give it a thumbs up for the YouTube algorithm, and I will see you in the next one. Hey there, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit that bell icon to be the first to know when new videos are posted. Look for HandyDad.tv on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and visit the website HandyDad.tv for more great ideas and information.
Tonight's the night for football, everybody. The bright lights are on, the stage is set, and the crowd is ready. It's Monday Monday Night Prime Time on EA Sports. Tonight's a pair of NFC foes squaring off. It's the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jake Elliott is out, ready to kick this one away. Here we go on Monday Night Prime Time. Johnson now on the return. In the end, he's able to get into a receiving touchdown. Gets at the 25-yard line. So here come the Buccaneers, ready for their opening drive. And at the helm, coming off a career-best performance in year 7 here in the NFL, the #1 overall pick back in 2018 out of Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
There's just certain quarterbacks, the way they run on the field. Just say their name and just attributes pop up right away. Baker Mayfield, scrappy, tough, the will to win. I'm not surprised at all to see himself back in the starting role. Not surprised at all to see him flourish. Dude is mentally tough. He's mentally strong. Typically makes the most of his opportunities.
And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that's good enough for a Tampa first down.
Welcome to Peppa Pig Theme Park, Florida. A special place built just for little ones. Where they're big enough to ride their first roller coaster, brave enough to soar through the sky, and adventurous enough to play, splash, slide, and have loads and loads of fun in a place that's just perfect for little ones. Peppa Pig Theme Park, Florida. Get your tickets today.
Let's make these soft, plush cinnamon rolls with good culture cottage cheese. I've made a lot of cinnamon rolls, and these are by far my favorite. I think cottage cheese creates a soft, fluffy dough that bakes it beautifully in the oven. Once blended with the other wet ingredients, we're going to add it to the dry mixture to create a shaggy dough. Give it a proof, and then punch. The cinnamon filling couldn't be easier to make. Just beat cinnamon, butter, brown sugar, and vanilla till soft and fluffy. After spreading the cinnamon filling, slice up the dough into strips and roll away. Proof and poof, you'll have big, plush cinnamon rolls ready to bake. Now let's frost. Good Culture's probiotic cream cheese provides all the richness and creaminess for this frosting. Beat it with sugar and slather it on these warm rolls and just dig in. These rolls are addictive. Go make yourself a batch and enjoy.
Let's see, Kane, establish a run, cash in on the opening drive, and play from in front. That's a dream scenario to any contest. And runs like that gets the ball rolling.
They're set up at the 35 now. First down, and they go right back to it. And they're full steam ahead, but they ran out of steam pretty quickly. No gain on that one.
Hey, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet. If we see a bigger play on the ground later on, largely because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door, bigger gap in the future.
This is Irvin on second. Looks like we can call it up 4 yards in the end. This Reed Blankenship making a stop.
A little 5 to 6 yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain, not a game-changing play by any means. But one that keeps you on schedule, takes some of the starch out of their front seven.
Jets win the chase here on 3rd and 4. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. Now his man gets caught. He's going to go down right along the midfield front. That's a pick of 9. That's good for a Buccaneer first down.
They say a dog is a man's best friend. Tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
First down, here's Baker. On the left side. Broke the tackle. And the ball took him down right around the 41.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end. because that's super important. The play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Baker now off the play fake. Now here he goes. Gets this all the way to the 25 before they stop it. At 16 on the pickup. That's good enough for a team of first down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him going his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
Quite the opening drive they put together, partner. You set it down to all the way down to the 25. Perfect here for the gun. And he gets us down to the 22 before being stopped. 2 on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8.
It'll be this group's job watching the film to find all these plays. The ones that amount to really very little statistically and identify what was needed to just make them a little bigger, stretch them further. Afterthought plays now, they can be the big games the next week.
From the 22 on 2nd down. It's on the quick hitter. And he's going to be stopped at the 17-yard line.
Okay, over the years, I've heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the pass. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. When you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
All right, 2 yards to go here on 3rd down on what will be the 9th play of this impressive drive. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. They're going to win in clutch spots, swinging forward, partner. Early test on 3rd down, and they chose to run for that first.
Yeah, no question, it just infuses your confidence big time offensively. When you can run it in that situation and move the chains, yeah, they'll do it again.
That position of power, the church is Spanish.
Midfield now, from the gun. Technically, it's going to be a very good tougher. Can't even get back to the line. This play loses yards.
Well, there was never any play that I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. If there's any solace, at least it was first down. What chances to make up for it?
All right, here we go. 2nd down. They kick the running back in motion. Baker now from the gun. Short pass brought in. Only manages the arm before coming to an end out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd down.
There's no negatives ever on the great shoot for completion. That's one of those situations. If you're going to take the risk of throwing out that, I'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
Let's see what they went with on 3rd down. On the gun, Mayfield. And they will score. It's a Tampa touchdown. The Buccaneers finish up an excellent opening series. Well, we all know, Brock, you want your players to get better as the game goes on and as they settle into a contest. But it was tough to imagine this guy getting any better than he was on that opening drive, huh?
Yeah, and you hear all the time just talking about getting the quarterback in the rhythm, right? It's a feel of the game. Yeah, it can't be much better than a perfect 5 for 5 and finish it off for 6. That is a sweet feeling head to the sidelines.
On his chest, McLaughlin for the point after. That's the point set right down the middle. And the Buccaneers will jump out to a 7-0 lead.
I would like you to meet Aries. This is the most sophisticated security program ever written. First Vegas fan? Mike? Aries has billions of lines of code you need to set up live. Depends on your definition, Stuart. Because unlike you, he's built this lightning fast and supremely intelligent. He is fully proprietary and 100% expendable. Ares is the ultimate soldier. He needs no food, no water, sheds no blood, and if by some miracle he is struck down on the battlefield, I will simply make you another.
This is probably bothered him all day. But this is the grocery store. But the man told me, don't nobody want you.
McLaughlin has it on the team, and he's ready to send this fly. Returning it for the 4. He stopped on the run back to the 27. So here are the Eagles now for their first drive. They went out by the newly minted Super Bowl champion. Now in his 6th season, Jalen Hurts.
It's not often we don't talk about quarterbacks that goes for the end zone in football. It's usually reserved for the running backs. But Jalen Hurts has changed that conversation. He has so much power, so much strength. You get him into these short yardage situations around the goal line, he finds a way to get in. It's not just there. He's got a deep ball that's the envy of any. He's elevating his teammates around him. He's got a skill set that a lot of quarterbacks should look at. They always say that it's more like especially in situations like that. It's a good thing you woke up to it. To make something out of nothing, at least move forward.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Play fake with Hurts. Watch out. It's on the road, but so is the defense, and they take it down. That's going to add some distance on this upcoming 3rd down.
All right, first sack on the board, and the first drive as a defense, and now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Right side, couple of speed. He's tackled with the first down yardage. It's a pickup of 9 yards. And that's good for the Eagles' first down. That's going to do it for our first quarter here on Monday Night Prime Time. 7-0 is our score. More from Raymond James Stadium coming up after the break. Right now for our second quarter, the Eagles have the football. They're looking at first down here. First down from the gun. For a left side, cut by Brown. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
It is a tense first down completion. He sets up second and very manageable. He needs space to take that shot downfield.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. On the line here on 2nd down, which is only going to make things tougher for this 3rd down coming up.
It's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. 2nd and short, right? Feeling good about yourself. The negative play, well, now comes a critical 3rd down.
3rd and 4 coming up now. Shotgun snap for Hurts. It's complete to Goddard. He's going to be taken down and up until he reaches that 45-yard line. They get an even 10 on that play. And that's a Philadelphia first down.
I'm not sure how this defense let guys slip through like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and he make an impact play.
On the 45, first and 10. Hurts to throw. Here's a moving up. They're able to drop it. And a big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
This is one of those cases, Kate, where basketball and football go together. The great zone defenses in basketball, you think about them through the years, they trust one another. They know where they are as defenders on that court. Same thing in coverage. When you trust one another, when you communicate, good things happen. Just like that, you suffocate a pocket because there's nowhere for the quarterback to go.
Midfield after that loss. Here's second and long. Another try, following the sack. Defender runs right as the ball does, and he knocks it free, incomplete. Was Devontae Smith the intended receiver? So they're left facing third and long.
Really had to find a way to get that short completion because now you're staring at third and extra long. That's a place no QB in this league wants to be.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. This is complete. Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein-packed choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch jelly fish, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
You might be a drink.
To start this one out, Brock. These guys came out slinging it. Seems like that's going to be what their offense leans on throughout this game.
Yeah, don't see really any reason to get away from it as long as the results keep coming. Second drive, we'll all be watching that. Will they mix it a little bit more run? Will they have to mix it more run, or can they continue to just shred this defense through the air?
Now Jake Elliott on to attempt the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Eagles respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. We've got a time ball game now as they send this away. Rashad White's on return. Finds some space, he's past the 30. It's a good look on that run back, Brock. He gets this to the 33. The Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield ready for this next possession. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you gotta imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word chance, right? But this can't be a 3 and out for this offense right here. They got to give their defense a chance to catch a breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
Ball at the 33 for first down.
16. Hi, this is Brady.
Get to Irving, his turn. He sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain or 2.
I think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. It leads to some shuffling around here in the playbook. I'm a more aggressive call on second down. At the 35-yard line.
Second down now, 7 to go. Mayfield set to pass. It's made by Bucky Irving. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic. It's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field you can depend on.
From the 44-yard line now, first and 10. Shotgun handoff to Irving. Makes the tackle, to a stop. He can clearly rule their run.
Those unsung heroes, those big guys up front on the O-line, let's give them a little love right here, okay? They don't always get the attention they deserve on broadcast, but let me tell you, they played a huge role in that particular game.
His perfect start is over. That's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete.
Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far, it's not met the standard they set for themselves.
Still 10 to go on second from the 33-yard line. Again is Baker. Inside, all there by Godwin. He's going to take this one down to the 25. Third, just 2 to go. Now here's Mayfield. Straight left side by Baker. He runs out of room before he can get to that long person. Now we're going to see what they decide to do, Brock, on this 4th and 1.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, kid. It's like a putt. You got it offline, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
The kick by the block is good. That's going to break our tie and give on home court advantage.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance.
For a limited time, take up to 70% off at Ashley's Overstock Accessories sale. Thousands of in-stock accessories priced to move fast. Mirrors, pillows, lamps, wall art, and more up to 70% off while supplies last. Only at Ashley's.
Welcome to Peppa Pig Theme Park, Florida, a special place built just for little ones. Where they're big enough, brave enough, and adventurous enough to have loads of fun. Peppa Pig Theme Park, Florida. Get your tickets today.
Distance, but it's never a lot. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
McLaughlin has it on the tip and is ready to send this flight. As they set the 6. And in the end, he's able to get into a 25-yard line for his all down. The Eagles and receiver Devontae Smith returning to the field. They threw it the whole way down the field on their last drive, and they welcome the same level of play on this series as well. Eagles get on it. Here comes 1st and 10. On the play fake, it turns. On the right side, caught by Nolan. They hook it out to the 27. We're at the 2-minute warning now for Raymond James. It's the Eagles. Line out with a 2nd and 8. From the 27. It's a screen to Barkley. This gets forward to the line for Brown. Taken 7 times in his career, making that tackle.
That's the defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. That was their adjustment on that stop in particular. When the back ended up being the target, we were able to keep it short of the sticks.
On 3rd down, it turns. It's Dotson with the catch out right. This one's brought to a halt at the 36-yard line. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down.
Move the chains. Gotta move them chains. Build momentum. That defense on its heels.
First down, ball at the 36. Here's once again. Got it for a moment. Great defensive play. Just loose and complete.
No surprise to see the quarterback go back to that well-executed play. It's been his tight end all game long, but finally, this defense has an answer.
Second and 10 now from the 36. Motion man left is Brown. Let's try it again on second down. They're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break across midfield. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Burns throwing again. Spot swing. He's going to be persuaded out of that right at that 40-yard line. It's a gain of 12 there. And that's good for the Eagles' first down.
It sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
It's yet again. It pushes this down to the 22-yard line. 18 yards on that play, Brock, and it gets him a first down.
Every time they worth the salt wanted this. Really trained man-to-man coverage. The rest of them, give me man-to-man coverage and I'm going to beat you. I was around Dallas, Florida, and Indy, one of the best. You play man-to-man, he's going to find a way to out-leverage you, separate from you, to make a play just as that tight end did.
It's another first down on this drive. This time they're in first and goal. Timeout taken by the offense. They're second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left in this half. 4 downs now to get in. Here's first and goal. Prince Jackson starts running. He runs it across. Touchdown. The Eagles take the lead just before halftime. Jalen Hurts with the touchdown.
Unlimited visits for unlimited wonder and wild fun with an annual pass to Busch Gardens Tampa. With over $3,500 in bonus benefits. Save up to 40% on passes during our 4th of July sale. Hurry, offering soon.
Hey, Daddy, did you get what you needed?
I'm offering you a chance to do the right thing. Take it. I figured you for some kind of teacher. I'm a high-level grade government assassin.
Hey, Daddy, what do you want to eat for dinner? Hey, Daddy, how's the soup coming?
Well, we all knew somebody was running with it there, and when the defender started flowing towards the back, he made the right call. He would be the one to run it in.
Yeah, he sure did. I think if he hands that off, this play does not end in a touchdown, but in a collision for this running back.
Yeah.
So not only is that running back thinking his quarterback, the rest of the guys are celebrating for that decision.
Elliott on now to attempt the point after.
Daddy, can you give me some steak sauce?
The point after splits the upright. And the Eagles take a 4-point lead.
They taught us, they taught us to not take drugs. They taught us to not travel.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. right on the return. Makes it up to the 25. The Buccaneers, Bucky Irving, ready for their next possession. Not a whole lot of time left for him to put something together here before the break. It's 1st and 10 for their final drive of the half. We've got 23 seconds remaining. Godwin sends in motion right. First down, here's Baker. Target to Godwin. He will go down after fighting his way to the 32. Timeout taken by the Buccaneers. They're first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable. It creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
2nd and 3 now. Man in motion, headed right. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. It's a good cut on his slant. He will have this across that 40-yard line before they manage to stop him. Tampa's been its 2nd timeout now. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. Let's see how they attack this first down block from the 43. Baker now from the gun. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. Then he pushed this guy to the opposing 47-yard line. Just before halftime, we get a timeout ticket.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. You get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, it's difficult on defense.
Quick ball on that 47-yard line, first down. Baker throwing again. He's on the quick hitter. He works this to the 38 before going down. So we have a one-score game here at the break. Now it's time for the EA Sports halftime report. Scott Hansen, take it away.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the 3rd quarter as we're ready to kick off the 2nd half. Back out to our commentary team, Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt.
Thanks so much, Scott. While we checked in with Scott in Orlando, our 2 teams here have made some adjustments. It's a close game here as we get ready for our 3rd quarter. McLaughlin has it on the tape, and he's ready to set this flight. Sets a return, and here's Will Shipley. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Philadelphia has its offense out to start this 3rd quarter. They have played lights out on offense. Scored their first 2 times out, Brock. The chance to go 3 for 3 and blow that lead here. First call here, coming for the shotgun. This one after the 40-yard line. With 18 yards out, it's in a 2-second down.
I love your new layout.
I got it on Facebook Marketplace. This one is so cute. Maybe something to balance it out. Your nails are always so cute. Thanks, I get them from this nail art group.
I need them.
Facebook.
Lock in with 30% off groceries like chips and guac. Order in so you can lock in. 30% off groceries from Aldi, Kroger, and Dollar General on Uber Eats.
What a great sign to start the second half for this offense because with the lead, the run game becomes your base free, the centerpiece for this offense. Trying to chew clock.
First and 10, inserts. Short pass brought in. This one is stopped after about a 5-yard pickup. The tackle made at the 45.
It's not just imperative that the quarterback moves man or speed. Same thing for receivers, especially on a drag route. We see zone coverage like that, just simply up, find the soft spot, give the quarterback a chance.
On second 10, here's Barkley. And it's still right on the line. It's going to be marked as no gain. So Barkley means third down coming up. Third snap from the gun. That's the first one of the night. And they're going to bring it down at the 36. They'll get 18 yards there. And that's a Philadelphia first down.
This entire play came together how well you can separate from this man. Get man coverage and really got two things: separation and trust. Because QB's want to throw before he breaks. That's trust. And they got to believe that separation can create a big play on the field.
And they bring it down after the play reaches the 26. Offense with his enviable spot to be in 70 inches. Play action. Hurts has it. He keeps it, takes off. 16 yards on the play. And that's good for the Eagles' first down.
These are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for a QB to inspire the guys around him. On his own number, carrying his teammates to a first down on that big run. It inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
First down, around the Barkley. Turn to the back. Defense a lot of room for a nice game.
It's a credit to this offense. They almost got it done on just one play with the ball in. To be honest, the first down run off the leads, the second down pass by Nick Sutton. They can push out loud to finish this drive.
After a quality effort on the last play, just so he didn't fall forward here, pick up that first down. All right, this is A.J. Dillon. And he rolls through the defense for a touchdown. The Eagles grow the lead coming out of halftime. A.J. Dillon, the touchdown. Those defensive coaches got to be hot, Brock. That was a touchdown that shouldn't have happened. That tackle should have ended it.
You try to bring it down. One of these
Okay, touche, Clark.
They see that goal line. They smell that goal line. It is no sure thing to try to bring down one of those forces before they find Vader.
Elliott on now to attempt the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Eagles drive their lead to 11. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. John 2 with a return here. He's brought down just inside the 25. The Buccaneers set to take a beat. They look really good out from now, partner, to follow up that touchdown. To throw his Mayfield. Trying on this. And he's going to be brought down here at the 42. He picks up 15 on the play. Here for a Buccaneer first down.
Actually not tough and not cool. It's actually really easy to do it right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to meet Aries. This is the most sophisticated security program ever written. Want to shake his hand? Good. What? Aries has millions of lines of code you need to know. Sit on mine. That's not to the definition, Stuart. Because unlike you, he's physically strong, lightning fast, and supremely intelligent. He is fully proprietary and 100% expendable. Aries is the ultimate soldier. He needs no food, no water, he has no blood, and if my son Eric is struck down in the battlefield, I'm simply make you another.
I can tell you what, that was the goal from the moment he took it out. Kicked his eyes, snapped on the chains, made sure he set them up. They're set it down. Well done.
They'll head up first and 10 from the 42. Into a line, the line, and he loses the football. He mitigates the damage by falling on it, but still a loss on that play.
We all saw the brief moment of full-on hate between the ball coming out and him getting back on it. The impressive part is he kept his composure while it was still loose. One mistake didn't become two. He cleaned up before any defenders could.
Keep the football, but now they face second and long. Mayfield now from the gun. The Eagles swarm in and take him down. Now this is the dreaded sight. Anytime there's a sack, he's hurting after taking that hit. But they're going to get out there and check on him. So, what an enviable spot here as they come up on third and very long. First throw for the backup now. He's going to try to drop it in deep right. That one is incomplete, and it out through the cutters. Look for the intended target. So that brings up fourth and long.
That was one of Squeal's nice chunk plays you like to see in the NFL. Before he was able to recover and provide the hit, and ultimately dislodge the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays down the field.
Signals for the fair catch, and he's got it at the 27. Philadelphia getting ready to go on offense. And eventually, Brock, one of their drives is going to fail to reach that end zone. But through 3 possessions so far, they have been perfect.
What's got to happen? Somebody somewhere on this defense has got to rise to the occasion.
Offense in the shotgun set as they line this up. First and 10. Good throw right side, complete to start this drive. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and give them something coming up.
lucrative.
That was the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Let's get to the right complete. And they were pulling there onto midfield before something manages to stop them. That play good for 17 on the first down.
On the break throw to a nice route again. Moving the chain. That wasn't what you like, not to like. Not an amazing play.
It's on first down. It's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down.
Hey, from my vantage point up here, that was pretty close to drawing a penalty flag. Risky decision on first down. Was the target in the area, so thus, no penalty. On the second.
He should come up on 2nd and 10. Motioning the tight end now. Throwing again on 2nd down. Hurts. Left side caught by Brown. And that will not be enough for a first down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Trying to get it with the option. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. To get it forward. And it's a Philadelphia first down. All right, we reached the final quarter of Monday Night Prime Time. The Eagles have the football with that lead. And we win in just a little while, too.
Let's get a pool party right here in my RV park with a few friends, so let's head to Dollar General and get all the supplies I need. I recently moved, and this is the first time my friends are coming to visit me, so I'm really excited. I'm partnering with Dollar General for today's pool party. They've been renovating a lot of stores recently, and you can definitely tell. This is going on in the Dollar General aisle. A new pack of toothbrushes, literally $1. There's today. Unlike other dollar stores, actually has some Dollar General items that offer discounts today. They also have a bunch of cool options up here. Cute. I got this part loaded down. Saved like $30 with the Dollar General app. Got everything I needed at Dollar General and didn't have to go to any other stores. So to get everything set up before my friends get here. I was able to pull together a last minute pool day on a budget with Dollar General.
Come with me to shop Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This place is littered with deals, and you can literally save up to $1,000 off your entire purchase right now. Look at this sectional. Now imagine it in your living room for only $50 a month. Shop now.
It's laid down to approach here from the 40. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. This game presented for about 4. It's 2nd down now.
Some backs are easier to tackle than others. Some, well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
8 of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on 2nd. They go Barkley again. Just outside that red zone. It's a pickup on the 11. And that's good for the Eagles' first down.
That's just not the guy defensively you ever want on the field. Frankly, with the amount of space he had at one point, you're lucky to have lived into the game they did.
They'll come up 1st and 10. After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. Throw at 21. Defender runs right as the ball does, and he knocks it free. Incomplete.
Maybe their pass catchers have what it takes to beat double coverage. It's him. Kids would say he's him. The defense knew it's why they doubled him and knocked it away.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Right side, covered by Hunt. Finally, they're able to stop this play from getting any more yards.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
And a run with Barkley. And he's in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles make it a 3-score game in the 4th. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. Elliott on now to attempt the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Eagles push their lead to 18. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Johnson now on the return. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Tampa Bay ready to head out to the field. And they take the field feeling pretty beaten down on how this one's gone. Even if they're keeping their heads high, Brock, not a whole lot they've been able to do so far.
In these moments, I think of golfers ready to turn it. They don't want to look at the scoreboard. They don't want to see how much they're down. They just want to take it shot by shot by shot. That's exactly what this offense is going to do.
Bucks to the line. 1st and 10. Something just a couple of yards on that carry. That brings up 2nd down.
That's the kind of yardage that's not going to kill this drive on the first play. It does put you a little bit behind schedule. The 2nd down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. From the 23. Down the field, Evans has it. He's stopped as he reaches that 46-yard line. They made it 22 on the rip and a 1st down.
You sure seem like he knew exactly where he was going. But that was the obvious.
New set of downs for him from the 46. First and 10. Here's Mayfield. He's got it once again. They make the tackle on the 38. That's 16 on the pickup. And that's good enough for a Tampa 1st down.
Such a great thrower, but I love watching him go through routes or game. Make that guy think you're trying to stack them only to drop your hips and come right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
Put some camera on a deep one left. Look to this. They will not score on that down center home run with first and goal, less than a yard away from the end zone.
Something we don't have in football is we don't have that radar. But if we did, Kate, this is the kind of throw when you throw it that deep outside the numbers that requires a serious fastball, serious arm strength that you just showed off.
They will score. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers get it back to within 2 possessions. Right on the edge of the goal line for first and goal. And I don't know about you, Parker, that surprised me that they just threw it in. No attempts of running it.
I think it is so hard for these defenders. You got to be so keyed in and physically. You know you've got to stop that run first. So the first down pass play can and certainly was effective.
McLaughlin attack on the extra point. The point after must be upright. And the Buccaneers make it a 11-point ball game.
17.
This one not quite over just yet. They've got 3 timeouts at their disposal, but really need to make the unexpected recovery here. And the Bucs get to it in time. Yes, it's Buccaneer football. Timing's so important for a team to recover its own onside kick. But jumped the gun there before it went 10 yards, and that's for the flag. Running right, it's Buckley. Jumps on the defender. And he's in the clear. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run. In need of some attention. A new set of downs forthcoming. It's first and 10. Buckley trying this up the gut. Right to the right. And he's into the end zone for a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles likely locked up the win right there. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown.
Okay, that's just simply the difference-making edge that these elite running backs bring to you. A lot of backs can get you 10 yards, 20 yards, but the elite backs, they can take it to the house.
Elliott on now to attempt the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Eagles push their lead to 18. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. You are
here on count of one person.
You know who that person is?
Let's make this soft, plush cinnamon rolls with good culture cottage cheese. I've made a lot of cinnamon rolls, and these are by far my favorite. Adding cottage cheese creates a soft, fluffy dough that makes it beautifully topped. Once blended with the red ingredients, we're going to add it to the dry mixture to get a shaggy dough. Give it a proof, and then punch. The cinnamon filling could be easier to make. Just beat cinnamon, butter, brown sugar, and vanilla until soft and fluffy. After spreading the cinnamon filling, slice up the dough into strips and roll away. Proof and poof, you'll have big, lush cinnamon rolls ready to make. Now let's frost. Good Culture's probiotic cream cheese provides all the richness and creaminess for this frosting. Kneaded with sugar and slather on these warm rolls and just dig in. These rolls are addictive. Go make yourself a batch and enjoy.
Johnson with a return here. This will give him some decent field position here, Parker, as he gets into the 30. Time for us to get another look at this Tampa Bay offense. And scoring hasn't been an issue for him, Brock, but it has been impossible to hold pace with the offense on the other side of this football field.
And we know they can't get this all back in one play, but they better do it with a sense of urgency.
First and 10 now from the 30. On the gun, Mayfield. Short throw is dropped. This one's incomplete. He's been a frequent target throughout this game, Brock. We've seen that coverage tighten up a little bit more on him every time the ball's thrown his way.
Well, hasn't taken him off the board completely. Still beat them for some catches. Focused defensively does lead to moments like that one where what would normally be a catch falls incomplete.
Second and 10. Mayfield again. Passing throw is bleeding over from that last play. He's forced to get rid of this one.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until the point like that. There was no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to bully him. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. To throw, Mayfield. Great defensive play. Charlie Lewis incomplete. Working across the middle, Brock, it's tough for anybody to make plays for all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disciplined because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch from contact. You couldn't do it.
Here he goes. Got to have this on fourth down. This interception is also dropped, but they're still going to take possession as the incomplete pass forces a turnover on downs here. So this one will not get it done. They're going to turn this over on down. The Eagles about set to go on offense. No touchdowns on their last two drives, Brock. They're playing some of their best offense here. Would they try for 3 in a row despite the lead? Let's find out. First and 10 now from the 30. Run play appears again. They run out to see him fire forward, but he only gets a 3. It's a 4-yard pickup, and it's going to bring up 2nd and 6. We've hit the 2 in the morning here in Tampa. Eagles can rest easy with a 3-score lead. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Motion man right is Smith. Brilliant again here on second. No gain on the play, and it brings up 3rd and 7.
One defender failed. His buddy was there to swarm to the ball and make that play just as it gets to the line of scrimmage.
Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. He'll go for the gun with Barkley. This isn't going to get it done on third down. They catch him behind the line. This goes for a loss.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle lined up, Kate, because I can assure you, that offensive line in their own way is telling the running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
So on fourth down, out comes the Eagles kicker, Jake Elliott, for the try. From the right hash, about 45 yards out. Charging down the middle, and they got it. And this is picked up inside the 35.
This block right here can take a lot of preparation, effort, determination. They attack the soft spot in the line. One of them is able to will his way through, gets the kick in time. Well done.
The Buccaneer offense back out for another series. And this is a final opportunity to make things a little closer in that final score. Here's first and 10 from the 34. Mayfield thrown out of the pistol. Caught by Godwin on the slant. And he'll get it up to the 44. Timeout taken by the Buccaneers. They're first. And they still have two available for them as we approach the end of this game.
Good luck defending that short yardage like just not going to happen. There's no reason. This is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Great spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Irving on the inside game. Gets the tackle, still going. He's tackled for the first down yard. Tampa's got its second timeout now. Raiders only have one left at their disposal.
Every offense in this league is looking for a back who can be an athlete and a closer at the same time. If you look, if you got one, someone who can eat up space when plays are open, punishment to stretch plays when that tackler tries to beat him in the head.
Pushing him out of the backfield. Mayfield on first and 10. Keeping this down, off to the 34-yard line. Timeout taken by the Buccaneers, and that's their final one. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout used. Here's first and 10 from the 34. Shotgun snap from Mayfield. It's on the kick. And he's tackled after making a handful. So the Eagles may throw it again on their own win. Well, Parker, we spoke earlier about how much of a factor this home crowd was going to be. But even with the added boost from the friendly confines, couldn't roll that to the victory.
Yeah, sometimes it just you're never going to win them all, even at home. But what's important now is learning from this defeat, hitting the film, hitting the mix, making sure this doesn't happen again. Don't let this loss beat you twice.
So that's it for us here. Brock Hewitt, on crew, I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Eagles are winners. As with that, we sign off from Tampa.
Started. Off we go. Here's the pitch.
It's the type of quarterbacks that just give defensive coordinators nightmares. They stay up all night thinking, okay, what is the best way to defend him? Do we treat him as a runner? Do we treat him as a passer? And I think that's really where the most stress comes in, Mike, is you want to make sure you don't let him kill you as a passer, downfield as a runner. But it's also his ability to exceed plays as a passer. Really creates a chase in the coverage. That's where those big plays can come. So it's a big challenge. They know it. We'll find out early on what the plan is.
That means 17 on that one. Very quick first down.
This is a really nice job of just finding a hole in coverage, Mike. And I used to say, hey, when you're open, stay open. That's the art of route running versus zone coverage. And it's a friendly target for the quarterback in space. And credit to him. There's no more efficient play in the NFL than the play action passing game. You can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass. And he's able to pick up a nice game to his tight end.
Second and inches. Here's the Hudson. Inside the 25-yard line.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game. When you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for. It's how big plays they generate on the ground. When you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense.
From the 23, here's second and 9. Here's Lawrence.
When you're running a crossing route versus man coverage, you understand that there's going to be nobody waiting for you on the far side of the field. So if you can create separation on your man defender and separate away, there's a lot of green grass. So that's what we want to run the ball.
Fortunate just to get back to the line. Now it's second and goal.
There's very few defenses in today's NFL, Mike, that you can play the quarterback position and be unwilling to tackle. Those days are kind of over. So give credit to this guy. He identified run. He understood his leverage and fit. He's able to bring it down for the lead.
Exactly the way they scripted this one. A beautiful opening drive where they find the end zone. Other than first possession.
And Mike, the word that comes to mind looking at that drive is execution. And that's exactly what they talked about all week long. They wanted to come out early in this game and establish an early rhythm. And that's exactly what they did in that touchdown drive.
And Little comes on now for the extra point. Will take a 7-7.
really good about the plays they had tabled. They really feel good about the week of practice they had. Now all that has to come together. Start fast and then see if they can sustain it for 4 quarters. It's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike, and he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen. Now on the 36 now, here's second down and 9. Nice explosive play there on the ground. And tell you what, these fans sitting in the stadium, they're not used to seeing their home team pushed around. So continue to be physical at the line of scrimmage, mix in the runs with the pass, and they can continue to generate these big explosive runs. Another first down. These are the chunk plays they thought they could get here against this pass defense. They thought the passing game favored their offense in this matchup, and I think we can expect this to be the case the rest of the year. On play action. It's Fulton. I'm not sure how many guys want them to be an NFL fullback, but they don't get the ball all the time. They're used to doing all the dirty work, but in this case, this guy's showing off. Hey, coach, you get the ball in my hands. I can do some things. Here's the motion. The play action. Let's go. Business. This sets up first and goal. Really nice job there. All they're trying to do is just clear some space for the tight end and then let him go to work in the middle of the field. Now they're set up nicely inside the red zone. Here's the motion. We're seeing such an uptick across the league in these hybrid positionless defenders, especially safety. So on this safety area, right now, coverage. In this case, they can play near the line of scrimmage and still make plays on the ground. Jaguars on top. We'll have more from Jacksonville after this. It's Texans football. Wherever Jimmy is, they will show they can do with this third and goal. Great coverage here defensively. Not only able to take away all the end zone targets from the quarterback and forcing the jump ball into the back of the swing, and also the pursuit to the ball carrier to keep him short in the end zone. He's good. The Steelers are on the move. It's 7-3. He does a nice job handling that kick there. I think offensively, you come back to the sideline and you're thinking, we have to find a way to finish these drives. I mean, to be in first
Fields. After making the field goal, it's back out to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. It is up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. This is Trevor Lawrence, and he and the Jaguars get set for their next drive. The lead sits at 4. Hang on to that. This drive is first and 2. On the play, here's Lawrence. Left side, taking it on to the hip. And he's going to be run down past the 45. Lawrence started his drive by 18 on the first play.
Throwing with anticipation, it not only requires the confidence in both your accuracy and the timing, but also forces the receiver to be on time and where the quarterback expects you to be. This is one of those examples that when those two things are on point, it results in first down.
He is taken there.
They have a quick hitter here, which is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so rapid. Big goal was coming, and they end up holding on to just a short game.
Lawrence gives the score to his team. Inside the 45-yard line.
Second down at these distances, Mike. Pretty much anticipate a pass. That's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground. The offense is able to pick up the first down. Up until the incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. Typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. Now they find themselves in second and 10. Keep it in the air and try to get the first down here. Or is the idea to just make third down manageable and take your chances picking up the third down? I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable the quarterback is in their offense by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down underneath. In this case, the defense a lot of space in the short game, clearing the ball and get the first down. Really what separates the defense edge players from everybody else is not only their ability to rush the passer, that's what everybody focuses on, defensive ends that are good in the run game. Those are the guys that never leave the field.
To the air delegation, use to negotiate their position. In return, the negotiation bonus is meant to give them leaders rights and
Set up.
tonight.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in place. Only this guy can catch it. And then he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch for contact.
To the air delegation,
three areas. Serviceable out of the backfield in the passing. This is what modern day running back looks like in the NFL. They want to be able to activate these players in the passing game, no different than they do with the tight ends and the wide receivers. You look out there, you have a mismatch, a linebacker or a safety, your running back. He's expected to win. That's his ability to both pre-snap and post-snap is as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. Moves along the back end, and then the throw. You can't put it in the first spot because it's just big time. Situation. All of a sudden, you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-heavy, and you're certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play. Their first drive, they had to settle for three. Definitely don't want to have to do that again. So, really solid drive from start to end. And finally able to cap it off with a touchdown.
What do cookies, a number, and a matchup have in common? They're all being used for cookies. And look, we don't need a true cookie. Yeah, it's called yeah, we don't love you true.
in the first half. Here comes second and 4.
Sometimes it's those footsteps. I don't care how well you've been playing or at what level you've been playing at. That defender's bearing down. You really get a good idea of what guys are willing to go through contact to secure it. And in this case, what guys are willing to do. This offense now, they just need to take one here. Focus on trying to put a late scoring drive together before we hit the halftime break.
Set to go now on first and 10.
The thing that jumps out to me the most is just how often the quarterback to his first read in the progression. So hands off to the play call. Him and the quarterback. See it straight set eyes. There is a lot of room out.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcoming everyone to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange stretches as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium and rejoin our broadcast. Mike Tirico and Greg Olson. Well, let's give some credit to the boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held them just long enough.
As a route runner, once you identify so find open space and stay in it. That was not a big hole. The quarterback had to put a little extra effort on it. Those yards on first down, and that's exactly the case here.
Jurisdictional discussion. For example, what's wrong with
This is why speed is so advantage. It brings a defense when you have quarterbacks that are such willing tacklers. It just brings an extra element to the ability to defend the entire field. This is a great example here why.
Here's a second down and 7 from the 37. Working out the gun, it's Morris. Over the middle, it is Slade. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10. A big play for Jacksonville. 32 yards.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big jump pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone. This is where you have to finish drives.
They'll run it here with ETN. This one, uncertain. Off on the play, back to the 9-yard line. So now, from half the distance closer, here's first and goal. They stop him up short. From the 2-man, here's second and goal. Morris.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart decision. You certainly don't want to take a sack in any goal-to-go situation, or even worse, throw a pick. So
Understanding he still has 2 more shots at the end zone, I really like that decision.
2-yard line yet again. What can they do on 3rd and goal? Marshall.
Like a pass protection breakdown, they had 5 offensive linemen and a running back in the backfield. I promise you, somebody was assigned to that linebacker, but he timed the blitz perfectly. He ran through and was able to bring him down for a big sack.
In limit for this field goal attempt. This about as short as you can get it. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Jaguars will extend their lead.
It's always a little bit of a letdown when you find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
So, after the field goal, back out is Will to kick this one away. On the return, it's Damian Pierce. And he's stopped. That's 25. Drive will begin with. The Houston offense will make their way back onto the field. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. They'll start off now with Joe. Nice game here. He's going to mark down the 45-yard line. Nice start to the drive. Gain of 10 and a quick first down.
The ability to be effective on first down, like it just makes everything else easier. And then you do have to face a 3rd down the road. Usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert. Just a little too much east and west there for my liking. I understand what they're trying to do, getting the ball out on the perimeter, but these early downs, plant your foot and get downhill. Good job by the defense stringing it out. They're able to force it down for a loss. Nice job there, getting the ball to your slot receiver and then letting him get to work. It's a nice feeling as a quarterback when you can just have a short throw and still result in a big game.
From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. Down a deep ball here for Collins. And he will score. Nico Collins. Touchdown, Texans. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon. A beautiful combination in the air there. A pass downfield and bringing it the rest of the way into the end zone for the touchdown.
And it's really just a great route play, and then a beautiful throw. The accuracy of the throw is what allowed the receiver not only to secure the catch, but then be able to turn it up and finish the play and find himself in the end zone.
Therapist able to add the extra point as the Texans are back within a field goal. The lead is 3. So, 3 quarters have come and gone. Back for 4 after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They've cut into the lead, and they'll be now just a field goal behind as they kick it off. The return starts from the bottom. They'll be brought down as the 25. He's in field position to start his drive. There's Trevor Lawrence as he and the Jaguars get set for their next drive. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes. Generally, one step ahead of the defense all game long. On first down,
A lot can go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the fourth quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative. Just hand off right, hand off left. That just turns into tackle practice. So I like the points of making the defense defend everything. Because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out. At this stage in the fourth quarter, great job by the defense, understanding exactly what the offense is trying to do. They're trying to bleed the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run, able to take them down for a loss.
second down, Lawrence. It's complete to ETA. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line. They get 15 on that game. First down, Jacksonville. First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
All right, hey everyone, this is Nate, and this is the Nader Tater channel. This is a really cool video that I'm excited to shoot. I'm actually here in New York. I have Ray here with me, and the story is really cool. So I want to tell you a little bit about it, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to take this robotic mower, set it up, and really help Ray and his family out to keep their property, which is quite a beautiful property here in New York, I think 20 acres or so. And so the story is my friend Mo, family friend from childhood, reached out and said, hey, I got a friend, and he wants to know about robot mowers. He was asking me about them. And he, of course, thought of Nader Tater because I test so many robots on my YouTube channel. And I got to know Ray through talking to him. He's a veteran. He's away from home sometimes. His wife or kid is out here trying to keep the property up. And I was like, once I found out he had several acres, I think 4 acres or so that he likes to cut, I said, there's not a lot of robot mowers that can do that. The only one that I really thought of that fit that bill is the Yarbo. This is the Yarbo Mower Pro version, which has like these actual hard blades, not little razor blades. And I said, it's kind of expensive. It's really worth it. But I found out he's a veteran, Purple Heart recipient. And, right now this is actually Armed Forces Day. And it's also your birthday. Yes, it's my birthday. So, so like a couple weeks ago I found out about this. And I said, you know what? Let me reach out to Yarbo. They've been great to work with. I've had their products for a couple years now. So I reached out to Yarbo. I explained the situation to them. And they instantly were like, we're on board. So they actually shipped this entire stack of product, the Yarbo main core unit, the Pro module, the battery and docking station, all free, sponsored for Ray here to really say thank you for his service to our country and for both Armed Forces Day and Memorial Day that's coming up here in another week. So I got that. They shipped it out in like a couple days. It showed up yesterday, or I think it was Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. So it showed up. I said, all right, Friday night, I'm driving to New York, got here overnight, and here I am on Saturday to set this stuff up. He's having a birthday party this afternoon, so I got to get to it to actually get this thing set up and napping it. But, I mean, tell me a little bit about, like, why you need it. Well, obviously, we're by your current mowing platform right now. It could be.
So I'm currently in Poland full time, and I did 28 years in the military. I retired as a Chief Warrant Officer 4. I had multiple combat deployments. I got a Purple Heart when I had a traumatic brain injury after getting blown up. And Mo had visited our site in Poland and had a discussion with them. He says, hey, I got the guy for you. Well, time went on, and you know, that was during the wintertime, and then all of a sudden, hey, summertime's coming, and then wife's always complaining about, you know, having to cut the grass every 2 or 3 days, and 4 acres, it takes about 2.5 hours a day, so it takes a lot of time out of her day. So I reached back out to Mo, and I was like, hey, what was that gentleman's name that we discussed about those mowers? And he says, hey, it's Nader Tater. So first thing I did is I went to his YouTube channel, and I was just going through all his content on all of his robotic mowers. And then Mo sent a joint text from all three of us, and we started communicating back and forth. And Nader Tater has been absolutely phenomenal communication. When I said that I was going to buy one of these, you know, he was really enthused about it, and this is where we're at today. It was pretty phenomenal. He reached out to Yarbrough. They were like 100% on board, and it was like a storm came through, and the stuff got delivered, and he's here today to set this up for me and help me out and map the yard and see how well this does on the 4 acres of property. I don't necessarily think there's really anything else out on the market currently that can do this amount of land. So it was really a no-brainer to go with the Yarbrough.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this is just one of the attachments, right? It's the mower attachment. I told you I use it for snow blowing. And obviously here in New York, you get plenty of snow, yes, right? So I think this is the start of your journey with robotic yard tools. I think you're going to be super excited. I'm glad I can help out a little bit. You know, a lot of times you can help out with words, but not very often I get to do action and actually say thank you. So thank you. All right, well, that's the intro. Like I said, I gotta get to work. We're gonna get this thing set up in Mappy. I'll show you a little bit of that. But of course, what everyone wants to see is how does it actually work. So let's get to it.
All right, let's get to it.
All right, so as you can see here, they have everything all nicely packaged. They got the user manual up front. They have all the tools. Actually, you know, they actually give you all the tools that you need as far as screwdrivers, bits, Allen keys, and whatnot, all organized nicely in this box. And here is the guy's a beast. So this is the Mower Pro module. So this is an attachment that goes on the front of the core unit. And what's cool about this one is the underside of it. When it comes packaged, it comes with the flywheel with the razor blades, but it has the hard metal blades in here in the packaging. We'll swap those out and get to that. These are better if you're worried about it hitting stuff because they have little swing blades, so they're not going to damage anything, but they don't have any lift. So I really do like the metal blades. I think they're underneath this guy right here. Here they are. So here's our blades. These are the metal blades we'll swap out onto here, and that will give us a little bit more cutting power and some suction. Well, that's just Yarbrough telling them their little story from their founder. Saying that you care about it, you can obviously get a lot of support from them with their products. They have a couple ways you can talk to them. They have a chat in the app where you can submit like tickets to them. There's a phone number. They have a wiki page, and then there's a lot of customer support on Facebook groups, and they have their own form and whatnot. So this here is the core unit. Let me show you just a quick video of where it's at. So what this one is here is this is the data center. We have the manual, obviously. We have like a trailer hitch, so this thing can tow a trailer around. I'll show you some stuff like that. They have all the tools, as I mentioned before. They're actually like metal tools. They aren't, you know, with a ratchet. It's not just like some stamped piece of metal that's a pain on your hands. So this stuff that underneath this is the core unit. So that's even that. Yes, that's for the data center there. So we can just take this out and get the core underneath it. Oh, this is docking station, not core. All right, so this here is the docking station. Now, this is the only one I think I know of that actually does wireless charging. It's fantastic. It's a nice flat surface here. It protects the ground. It doesn't let the grass grow up. All the other ones are like vented, and the grass is always growing up underneath them because they don't mow on top of the charging stations. But what I really like about the wireless part is that you don't have to worry about any contacts getting dirty. A lot of the other ones, the contacts can either get dirty, they can get stuck, they're like spring-loaded. The Yarbo one is all wireless, and so the unit just automatically pulls up to it, centers itself, and then starts charging. I think it's 500 watts, which is pretty fast for a lot of these mowers.
And I noticed this one comes with the snowblower antennas. Yeah. With the higher antennas than the one that was on.
Yeah, exactly. There's two antenna heights. One's, and you know what? I think they might have gone to one. Actually, they're constantly improving this, so it's funny over the years, as I have the previous ones. But yeah, so these are the antennas. These new ones, they're flexible. So the high ones are have some flex to them. So if they were to hit a branch or something, they just flex out of the way. So now this is the core unit. So this is the main body of it. One of the cool things, a lot of people with the mower. All right, so now we got all the pieces out. I'm gonna start getting it set up. We gotta find a good base station location for it, and then we'll get that screwed down. We'll get the mower put on, and we'll swap the blades and that kind of stuff. And good station, they give you a large Torx bit you can put on your power screw gun to put in these long grass stakes. These just help secure the dock so it doesn't move. You do not want that docking station to move because it uses it as like a reference for it. And they give you some cable protectors if you need, so that nothing goes damages your power cord. Power cord, you can see right over there. It's a good, probably 20-25 foot long cord that you can run, and we're going to put this here behind the house. And I can grab a couple of these guys. This will just help protect it in case it ever goes over the edge. This helps protect this guy. Okay, so now we can bring the core over here and set her down. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and attach this module here to it. It's good there. Got a little
Emergency stop.
There we go. Go get the rubber cover for that. I'm going to get the antennas on there. But we'll let it start up and start charging. So put on this little piece here. All right, so for the data center, we put it up here on the deck, and we have it semi-temporary installed, but you do not want to move the data center once you set it up. So this is where it's going to go. I have the extension pole, and it's resting on the deck surface, and then he just has it zip tied right now to the railing. We're going to secure that better later. This is a quick weekend trip, so we got it in place, and then he can mess with it kind of a more permanent or screw it into the deck surface. And we have an Ethernet cord that comes from that data center, goes along the underside of his deck here, and then it comes over here to the edge where he has a power outlet. Now again, this is a quick and dirty install, so it looks quite messy right now. You can see up here we have the Ethernet cord that is excess tangled up, and then we have power. And now one thing I did do is this little white box there, that is a Wi-Fi extender. I'll put a link to it in the video description, but what that does is that connects to his home Wi-Fi, and then it gives you an Ethernet port. And that's the one downside to this data center. I wish it would connect to Wi-Fi directly, but it does need Ethernet. So one option, like I do at my house, I actually have Ethernet ran into the house, and then it connects to one of my my switches in my house to get direct internet. And he might do that here in the future, but he had to have to figure out where to go in and connect to that. So for me, to get him set up, and actually do this at my house before as well, is I use that little Wi-Fi connector. It's not weatherproof, but it has the rain guard underneath the deck so it doesn't get wet underneath there. So that is basically giving the data center an Ethernet port to connect to, and then it has a PoE injector, which is power over Ethernet, that is powering it up. So you can see on the camera, the data center has a green light on it, which means it's connected, means it has internet, and it has a GPS signal. So we have Yarbo that's been sitting over here charging as we've been setting up everything. So it's now ready for us to take it into the app and start doing the setup and the mapping. So let's get straight to that. All right, it took us about an hour and a half to get the mower put together, get the docking station set up, get the data center set up and run the power, and then now we're ready to map it. So what's actually really cool is Yarbo allows you to share a mower or a core with someone else. So he actually just shared it from his account to mine, so I can be logged into my Yarbo account and actually help set up this one, and then check on it and give it back to him whenever he wants. So this is what it looks like on the home screen. I already did do the data setup. When you go into the app, it's going to show you kind of step by step. You set up the data center first, make sure you have good signal. That's critical. And then you set up the docking station. And again, you want to make sure you have good signal. So we've confirmed that. And there's 3 ways that it can communicate. Or actually, I guess there's 4 ways. So the rover has Bluetooth, which I'm connecting my phone directly to Bluetooth. And it's going to prefer that anytime you're in range of Bluetooth. But then it has Wi-Fi, so the rover can connect to your home Wi-Fi, which this one can do because there's actually a Wi-Fi access point right inside that window. And then it has Halo, which is a lower frequency Wi-Fi. It's 900 megahertz, and that comes from the data center. And that can go, I think it's like 1,000 meters or something. So it can go really far away. So it should cover Ray's entire property, this part that we're cutting, 4 acres or something like that. And then there's also cellular. So it has a 4G SIM card and modem built into it, and it can use that. So if you don't get any of those other signals, then it can rely on the 4G cellular. I forget what the details are, but Yarbo includes a 4G for some amount of time, I believe, for a few years, and then you can sign up for it as a service. So for here, we should be able to use Halo for everything, but there are other options there in here as well. So, all right, so here you can see we have GPS and it's green. If I click and hold it, I can see the status says strong latencies, only 1 second. Quality is 0.92, and I get 26 satellites, so that's really good. I can get some more details as well. If I go into the settings, I can see lots of different things here, but one of them is the network, so I'm connected to the Wi-Fi of this home. We can also see positioning service. They do offer network RTK service, and this is where it's actually using the internet to connect to a regional area, so something like it might be 10 miles away, but that is another reference station that it uses instead of your local data center. Now, I recommend using the physical data center, but you can certainly use the network one, and it does allow you to put that RTK unit, the data center unit, that doesn't have to be outside anymore. It can be inside. It still uses the internet and whatnot, and it still uses the Halo, but it's getting the RTK reference from a public service instead. That does cost, I think, some money after a bit of time. So in here, I can also click on data center. I can see the settings. I can go into here and connect to it, and you'll see that it's connected. You can see the version of it, your firmware updates. You can also adjust the light on it if you want the light to be on or off. And then what else can we do in here? There's a few other things. So the docking station, if you want to reinstall that, you can do that. You can move that one later. You cannot move the data center without redoing your mapping. On the diagnostic tools, this is where I can see a lot of good signals. So I do check this typically before I go out. First, I want to make sure that my network has a good heartbeat. It has a good connection there. And then I want to look at my RTK for my rover information. That status number of being a 4 or a 5 is really what I want. And then this is giving you more information about your data latency, any other kind of dropouts or whatnot. And then you can also check out your battery, your temperatures and stuff. Maybe that's more important if it's really hot or really cold out. It does have a battery heater in it. But then I can also look at Halo. So Halo here is the connection. So minus 48 is a really good signal. So that's connected and that's good and strong. So there's no problem there. But if you do have issues, you can also hit this record issue. That's going to save a log, and that's something that the Yarbo customer service can actually help you out with. Okay, so now I can start a map by just creating a map here. And this is going to tell you what you want to do. And then you can see I'm on the charging station. So I'm going to hit start. And it's going to automatically come off that dock and move forward 3 feet. And then this is where I'm going to start to tell it to the map. So this is where you can do the boundaries. Yep, that's what I want to do. So now I'm just drive it around with my phone app and tell it where zones are. So I'm going to break up. We already talked about how I'm going to break it up into a couple different zones. Let me get to work there, and then I'll show you what I've done. All right, so once I get to any of the borders, I just stop, and then I hit start. And now wherever I drive it, this is going to be the outside perimeter of this zone. And so you just follow these instructions here that it tells you, and then we'll map. And then we can add no-go zones and other stuff on the inside of it later. All right, so I actually finished the mapping of all of the yards, and we talked about how do we want to split up, and something important to consider whenever you're doing these robot mowers is how you want to split up the yard. So we basically did 4 large areas that are all adjacent to each other. The yard is really actually one continuous piece, but we did this for a couple of reasons. One is the side yard on each side of the house. That's the one that you see when you come up to the house. That's where they keep the most cut and clean looking. And then the backyard that goes up against the pond is a little bit less often. And the far side of the pond, some time of the year they don't even cut it because it just gets so wet and rough. So they don't do that. So we have those in different areas here, and that allows us to control the settings in all these. So you see here on this map, you can see all the different areas. The other thing you see is a lot of red. The red is no-go zones. Those are areas that you mark as don't go on those places. So it could be a flower bed, it could be propane tank is one of them. It's they have garden, they have trees like fruit trees out there planted. So you can do a mixture of both drawing those, or they actually have little templates. Or I can drive up beside the tree, I hit add a circle, and then I locate that no-go zone circle right over the top of the tree. And that's how I did a lot of these, especially back here, like with the fruit trees. You can see those are perfect circles that I just placed wherever the tree was at. So this is the setup, and then between these I did add some channels. So you see the little dotted lines, little tiny road. Those are channels that you have to put that connect your different zones. So even though my zones overlap each other, in a lot of places you do need a channel for it to know where it can cross. And so now I want to just test it out and see how it's going to mow. So I can go in here and click edit the map. And then this is where you can do all kinds of things. You can name things, you can set up the settings. So if I click this side yard down here, let me just rename it because right now it's called area 2. So I'm going to call it side yard left. That's what they wanted it to be. And then I'm going to go in there and change the settings. This is the area settings. So you can change the moving speed of it. Obstacle avoidance mode, there's a couple different ones. They recommend the moderate bypass. They also have ultrasonic sensors on that you can have them on or off depending on what you need. If you get false activations, you can turn them off. You can also do sensitive bypass, where it's going to be really sensitive to bypass with vision. Or the gentle contact is this little rubber bumper that it has around the front of the mower is like a little air bumper. So if anything punches that and squishes it, then it will stop. So that those are your different settings. And then mowing height, of course, we're going to do about 3.5. And then you can change your route pattern. So you can do parallel, you can do a spiral pattern, a checkerboard, a diamond. So adaptive is basically parallel, but it will not force the entire area to be the same direction. If there's a long rectangle this way and then another rectangle off to the side of it, it will do 2 parallel patterns wherever it made the most sense. They have path offset that's just going to keep the rutting issues down. And there are some other advanced settings as far as perimeter, the direction that it goes, the way that it does U-turns, the overlap, transit path offset, module gap. There's all these settings. That's what we really like about Yarbo. It can be a little bit overwhelming if you don't know about them all, but you get to read about them and kind of learn some more things about them. But you can also change the mowing order. You can have it do perimeter laps around the no-go zones or not do it. You can have safety buffers in there, all kinds of stuff. And here's a preview. So once you go through and you set what you think you like, you can hit the preview button, and that's going to generate the work plan for that area where it's going to show you exactly the lines that it's going to take to cut. And so I always recommend you do that, especially the first time around. And at the top, it also shows you the estimated time. So 3 hours and 44 minutes to cut this side yard. I didn't see the square footage of it or the acreage of it, but in here, this is where you can look and zoom in here, and I can see, all right, this is how it's going to tackle those trees as the no-go zones, and here's how it's going to do this other area down here. So if I like that, I can just accept it, and then I can tell it to go and mow that. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to test that one side yard, see how it goes, and then we'll move around and hopefully get everything other than the back side of the pond. That stuff is really thick and wet still, so we're not going to do that one right now. Okay, so now it's not fully charged at 82%. It used about 20% for me to map everything. It did take a couple hours to do that, but now I'm going to click the side of your left yard and tell it to start, and it will go off on its own and start to cut that yard. All right, there it goes. Now, if you look at it, it says it's almost 17,000 square feet. So that is about 0.39 acres is what it looks like. So let's have it go off and cut. It's a pretty steep hill and it's bumpy, and this mower is just going to light up. Here you can see how much grass. He's cutting several inches of grass off as it's going to this hill. This grass is pretty long in places, but this mower just handles it like a champ. It's one of the few mowers that can handle a yard like this for sure, let alone the size of the yard. But it's very thick grass. It is bumpy. It has hills on it. You can see this hill here, multiple different angles of slope that this one has to go up. Yarbo has no problem doing that. All right, so here it is now. I overlapped things like the driveway because it can drive over them, of course, and then that way it doesn't have to trim or worry about the boundary, so it can just drive over it and cut all the grass. But here's a good example of actually obstacle detection, because Ray's got a guest over for his birthday party, and they threw a tire into the grass, so I know it's going to be in the way. So this would be a little test here to see how Yarbo does with something in his way. And we have it as the moderate offset here. All right, so it clearly detected that and said, I'm not going to stay on the asphalt there. And it's going to reroute itself around that car so that it doesn't hit it. And it gives itself a little bit of a clearance zone, right? It gives it, what's that, about a foot or so of space so that it doesn't hit anything. And then it's going to clear the car. And it's going to say, okay, I'm going to get back up on that asphalt so it can cut all the grass that it needs to cut. All right, so here we have it starting the line. So it did the 2 laps of the perimeter, and then now it's going to start doing its lines. So you can see where it's cut right here where my hand's at, and then it's working its way from left to right side on the screen. And what's really cool about these mowers is they can do like dead straight lines all day long because of the GPS with high precision. And then that mower deck, because it is a smaller unit, it's got the casters and it's floating and it can articulate. It actually does, I would say, a better job, especially than like a 60-inch zero turn, at following the surface of the ground, because it can pivot on here both up and down, left and right. It has no problem following any kind of surface undulation. And as I said before, this yard, it actually has a lot of undulations, bumps in it, hills, and the mower has no problem doing it. So this one is just going back and forth, and it's going to keep cutting everything down. So we'll let it be on its way. All right, here is one of the few mowers that can actually handle these types of divots that we see here in the yard here. I'm not sure what happened here, but there are definitely some pretty significant divots. We'll watch this mower go into them, and it can go right over them and go on past them. Okay, so you can watch here. We have at least a few inches, 2 or 3 inches of a divot. You can see Yarbo just navigating that without a problem. It has a serious bump in the road, and it can just keep making it straight lines. All right, so it's the morning now, and it's raining a little bit of sprinkle, but not bad. I have my coffee here, and there's the Yarbo running around the perimeter of the backyard, going around the pond right now. And it's going to be cutting this entire backyard section that we mapped out, which is this part, and then over to here to the side. So that's going to take, I think it says about 7.5 hours or so of cut time, and so it's going to charge during that as well. But that's going to be able to get that, and then we have one other main one to cut. That's the one over here. You can see all the tracks is still very wet from some rain they had earlier, so that's one I'm going to cut last. But that one is up deck next, so let's have it keep running here on this backyard and see how it does. Let me go over to the side yard and show you what it did there yesterday evening. I opted not to run it overnight when I was gone, when I was at the hotel, because I just wanted to make sure I can watch it the first time it cuts an area ever, just to make sure I didn't miss anything or whatnot. So it took the night off, but we're going to have it start going out back now. Okay, so let's cut this backyard. Here is the side yard that it cut last night, and you can see we have the stripe patterns going this way, and it just does an overall really good job here of cutting this. did all this area here, and then it goes up alongside the driveway there. And we can go over here and look and just see. Now, obviously, you can adjust the map if you need to. If you don't cut something fully from a no-go zone, you can adjust all types of settings. But in general, I think I got it pretty good where it's cutting all around these trees here, and it's doing a good job up along the border there. So overall, very happy with it. It doesn't get all the dandelions, but that's kind of typical of these dandelions. They seem robust to any kind of mower. They find a way to not get chopped off. But besides that, I don't see any problems with this one at all. It did a great job. Even some of these divots that it was having to go through, those are pretty big bumps for a mower to try to handle. I mean, they're a good 2-3 inches down that are cut out. So really, really impressive here. Okay, so here it's done the perimeter laps of the backyard, and now it's starting the parallel, going towards us and away from us here. And so let me go down here and show you what you can see from this angle pretty good there. Clearly, those lines that it's making. We have it set as a 4-inch overlap, so it's make sure it cuts everything on each line. But then I'll show you. The other thing you see here is the grass clumps. I had those a lot at my house before I had the robot mowers because you get behind on cutting, and then you end up all these grass clumps that obviously is not healthy for the grass. And then the other problem is you get all of this grass on your feet, all the cut ends, and they drag them in the house. They have dogs. And of course, that's all a pain to deal with. That's something that the robot mower has completely eliminated for me. I'm just going to show you here. The other thing that it does is you see these high areas. This is where a 60-inch deck, doesn't follow the surface. Whereas this robot mower with the articulation head, it comes in and it really follows the surface way better, and it will cut all this stuff down. Oh, I guess I'm a little bit too close to it. Got in its way. But we can look here and see. Now it's going to cut this area completely flat and follow that contour, that ground, much better than the 60-inch deck would on it. And we have it cutting the backyard. It's got almost its first battery charge. So it's done this side here, and you can see it's done up to here. So it's got about a third done, it says, of the backyard. The backyard is about 1 acre that we have mapped. So we've done the side yard up front. Now we're doing the backyard. There's another side yard over here that it's also going to do. So we haven't done everything yet, but you've seen it in action now. And tell me what you think about it.
So I think it's actually phenomenal. The ruggedness of the machine, and my property's pretty rough overall. It used to be a farmer's field before the house was built, and there's a lot of ruts and divots, and it's a continuously clean cuts. You can see out there in some of the rest of the video with the grass was really tall. It takes that right out of the picture. It runs it right over. It mulches it up. It gets rid of it. It's the battery length on it. With having the yard as big as it is, I think that it's definitely a good machine for this size of property. It's rugged. It's beefy. It pretty much takes on everything that I need here. Yeah, it's a really good machine to take care of the property. Unfortunately, I have to go back to Poland here at the end of the month, and this is just going to be an asset for my wife here to alleviate her having to go out on the mower and cut the grass, 3 or 4 times a week. We get a lot of rain here, so the grass grows quickly. And once we get the schedule set up, I think we'll be perfect. It'll have a continuous cut, and she won't have to worry about cutting the grass. This is definitely an asset to anyone that has property this size.
You're saying how long it takes her to cut one time?
So it takes about 2.5 hours to 3 hours every time she's on the zero turn. So you figure she's got to cut it maybe 3-4 times a week, depending on the grow rate. This is going to save her 8 maybe 10 hours a week not having to cut grass.
Yeah, that's huge. Now, Garbo's going to be out there. It's going to be taking it more than 8 hours to cut it, but it's just going to keep going. And that's what's so cool about this machine is that it really takes that burden off. And we're out here this morning drinking our coffee, chit-chatting, and watching it work. I mean, that's the difference, right? I mean, I love big properties. I have a big property, and just have this machine. You have to tailor to it every once in a while. Maybe you have to change blades on it, help it out, but it just goes, and that's what's so cool. And the other thing that I was telling Ray about is just how different your yard's going to look, because you have the grass clumps, you have the dandelions, with this guy running all the time, it makes for a healthier yard and cleaner looking. And I can't wait to see how this summer pans out with this robot mower. It's really going to change, and it's going to make my wife happier.
It's going to make me happier. And the unique thing is I can look on my app in Poland and I can see my mower cutting my grass, where some of the competitors don't have that feature. So it's pretty phenomenal that Yarborough has designed this machine for a property this size and all the capabilities it has, just not the mower. You know, I live in upstate New York. We get a lot of snow too, so I think in the near future a snowblower attachment may be coming my way. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, awesome. Well, it's been great. I had to make a quick trip down here to help map it and get it set up. I'm gonna have to leave you and head back to Michigan, but I appreciate your hospitality here. They fed me. You know.
Yeah, it's been an awesome time. Nate's an awesome guy. Like, I greatly appreciate him putting all this together, and I definitely appreciate Yarborough for, agreeing to this collaboration and like using my yard as a test bed. It's phenomenal, and I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, well, awesome. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, well, we certainly ran this thing out in wet grass. It was raining some on it, and there was a lot of grass clumps that were out there from previous zero-turn mowing. And so it's got a lot of grass in it. I want to show you how easy it is, though, to access this and clean it off. So we can unplug this electrical connector in here, and then it does have a little rubber cap you can put on it as well. Then you pull these two little tabs here first you lift this up, take a little bit of the weight off. These are little disconnect tabs, and then you can just pick up this mower module. It comes off. I can tilt it up, and I can see underneath here, and I can see all this grass. So obviously, these grass clumps, it's best to clean these off before they dry. So I'm going to go ahead and get this thing hosed down real fast. But this is something where you can just grab a hose by your hands and just take the stuff and clean it up a little bit so that it doesn't dry and kind of stick there. I've had mine where I had to clean it up because I was actually away from home. I still had to cut in really wet grass. It'll eventually come off, but it kind of leaves the clumps out in the yard. So here's how you can just quickly hose this thing off and clean it up. Okay, so there you go. See, clean up. You can see these blades are still obviously look brand new after cutting a couple acres without a problem. These should last probably most of the season, if not the whole season, I think. So really nice setup here. You see the stuff's really robust and strong and really designed to handle this type of yard and cutting. Okay, well, that's a wrap for this video. I do really want to have another thank you out to Yarborough for being so quick on actually agreeing to sponsor this. I think it's a great thing that we've done here to help out and recognize our active military and our veterans. You can see this thing has been doing phenomenal. I knew it would, and I'm glad that he reached out through a mutual friend, and we were able to get this set up and show him just how much these robotic mowers can really change the life of a lot of Americans. So thanks for tuning in. I'm going to do some more updates. I'm sure maybe later on this summer, I'll get some more pictures of or even videos from Ray of how his yard is doing now with Yarborough taking over all the cutting duties. And so stay tuned. Of course, give me the thumbs up on this video if you like it. Put any comments down below if you have a question about this or if you want to have a follow-up or whatnot. Feel free to do that. I do read the comments and try to answer them. And then, of course, if you aren't already, subscribe to the channel. That way you get more content like this and all the other cool things that I'm doing on my channel. So thanks for watching, and we'll catch you next time.
One in two women in the United States will experience sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetimes. Research shows that the most dangerous place for a woman is right inside her own home. I had a conversation with this woman, Susan, who was a mother of three who had endured 17 years of physical and emotional abuse by her husband. We all have asked this question over the years. Why do you stay? Why do you stay? And you say we should be asking the question, why is he violent? Hi, and welcome to the Oprah Podcast. Over the years, I've been talking about domestic violence for women. We did more than 120 Oprah shows on domestic violence. I first started talking about it in 1986. That's when the year the show was launched. And back then, the stats in 1986 were 1 out of 4 women were impacted by some form of domestic violence. And now, 2026, after all of that talking and all of those years and all that we know and women's self-awakening and self-empowerment, things have not gotten better. They've actually gotten worse. The current stats are 1 in 2 women in the United States will experience sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. That means if you're listening and you're not one, you know somebody who is or will be. This is so hard to believe and so unacceptable for us as a civil society and tough to hear. Research shows that the most dangerous place for a woman is right inside her own home, and that the leading cause of death for women during pregnancy or postpartum is homicide. Pretty shocking, right? So, to understand the scope and impact of these terrible statistics, I am joined by the author of the award-winning and best-selling book, No Visible Bruises: What We Don't Know About Domestic Violence Can Kill Us. Journalist Rachel Louise Snyder. Welcome, Rachel. Thank you for being here with me.
Thank you for having me.
Well, what is the significance, Rachel, of the title, No Visible Bruises? I love that title.
I think that we really, all of the systems that we have created prioritize physical violence. We, in particular, prioritize marks that we can see.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of domestic violence is psychological, emotional, coercion. You mentioned stalking in your opening. Things like financial control. All of these are forms of domestic violence.
Financial control.
Absolutely, financial control.
That's a new one, because I think
Yeah.
a lot of women do not think that their husband having control over the finances and belittling them for spending, or, it's one thing to say, we have a family budget, but I hear that young women are being belittled for their spending or wanting to spend time with their friends.
Yeah.
So, but that is
absolutely.
also a form of abuse.
Absolutely, it is. So all of these don't require physical, they don't require a punch or a kick or any kind of bruise at all.
That's why it's no visible bruises.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's so amazing. As you're saying this, I know that there's somebody's listening who is just under the belief or feeling that it's not so bad.
I mean, you don't have physical freedom. There's a whole bunch of activity that happens around domestic violence that we don't really know how to calculate. And
Right.
those are things like, I don't want you to have friends over because your friends don't like me, or I don't want to go to your family's home because your family doesn't like me, which, by the way, may be true.
Yeah.
Right? The
Yeah.
family may not like him
Yeah.
because he's abusing her.
Or they sense that something's off. Yeah.
Yeah. Or, I see the way men on the street look at you when you wear those mini skirts, so I don't think you should wear those mini skirts. There's all these kind of small slights and small degradations that happen before anybody is ever kicked or punched.
During the many, 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 many years and times that I was doing shows talking about this, I think in the beginning, a lot of women see it as flattery. Oh, he loves me. He doesn't want me to, he's jealous of me. And they are flattered by that.
Absolutely.
And then it just increases.
Totally.
And so my thing is, and you know this too, because you have, spent 8 years interviewing victims and law enforcement and abusers themselves, that the moment it starts, that's when you should put it in check.
Oh, yeah. I tell my daughter, if a guy shows up on the lawn with an orchestra or a boombox and he's playing, that's not romantic, that's stalking.
Yeah.
Go away, right?
Yeah. So as I said, you spent all this time interviewing victims and law enforcement and abusers themselves, and you say, if you get nothing else from this today, I hope we can make the shift in our culture. You say the term domestic violence, which I've used over the years, everybody uses, does not accurately describe what happens to women. What does? What is the term we should be using?
terrorism. I call it terrorism. Sometimes I call it intimate terrorism.
Intimate partner terrorism.
Yeah, I don't call it that because it's not always from the partner, right? It could be from a brother. It could be from a parent. There's all kinds of abuse that goes on behind closed doors that isn't always just from the partner. A child can be abusive to, a parent. So the key is the word terrorism. If you think about someone who, you think about walking on eggshells, as a writer, I hate cliches, but it's a useful one.
Yes.
You walk on eggshells. You want to make sure that dinner is on the table at 6 o'clock. You want to make sure that the kids aren't being loud. You want to make sure that everything is in place so that you can ward off whatever violence.
And you're walking on eggshells, and you don't know which one is going to slightly crack that day and send the person off on a tangent that you couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, it's absolutely unpredictable, and that's part of the point. Is that unpredictability? Is that I am the one in control, and I am the one who says you do this or you don't do this.
Are you surprised, as I was surprised when I read your book? I was surprised that I've been talking about it all these years, and there have been multiple articles about it, and people have talked about it, and movies about it, and that the stats were 1 out of 4 in the 80s, and now they're 1 out of 2 now. Are you surprised that we've gone backwards?
I'm not surprised by that, and I'll tell you
all
why.
that we know, with all of our self-empowerment and all that we know.
I know. There's this woman.
Do a nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself in your opponent's midfield, you're leading to points. It's a gain of 16. This offense is humming. A first down. In the fourth quarter, you find yourself protecting a one-possession lead. It's a fine line. You want to keep the ball on the ground, continue to work the clock, or stay aggressive, try to extend this lead to a multiple possession game. That's the balance this football is dealing with right now. They have found something on the ground. 16 more yards on that pass. There's all this talk, Mike, about the value of the run game in today's NFL. You know when the run game matters? It matters right now. Fourth quarter, you've got the lead. Can you lean on your running back and offensive line to close this game out? Big time completion right there, and this isn't just a spot where they're trying to run the game out here in the fourth quarter. They were not only trying to pick up points, but they're trying to get in the end zone and extend this lead. So, really nice job here late. Let's see if they can put this one in reach. This defense knows the importance of this drive. They have to keep this game at one possession. It's a great start there on first down. Second and goal. Now it's from the 6-yard line. Play action now. It's Lawrence. Look to the end zone and hook it up. Incomplete. No space, no separation that time. And that's going to bring it to third and goal. That was a perfectly timed hit, and I think it actually saved 6 points. He got there just as the ball did, and I think it was the contact that separated him from the ball. What a nice play defensively. It's always a bit of a challenge. How long do I stay in coverage defending my zone or my man? How fast do I come up and pursue a scrambling quarterback? They did a nice job rallying to the ball late. They're able to bring him down to force fourth down. So now out comes the field goal unit in this precious spot. This is
to stretch the lead to more than a field goal. And this one, right down the middle. It's good. A big 3 points as they extend their fourth-quarter lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? You're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
So, the field goal back out is little to kick this one away. Here's Smith to return it. He'll come across the 20 and take it down at the 10. The Texans
Utilities of user. Hire an extra.
they'll start with
Remember this one thing. It is not how well or how often you run the ball. It's when you run the ball. And I think that's what a lot of these offensive play callers are starting to realize. Can you run the ball well?
Tell me what I need to focus on. Well, I know what you need to focus on.
will be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Plenty of time, all 3 timeouts left. It's 1st and 10. Brown with a tuck this one on his own lead. He'll take this forward for about 5.
What's your 10 is going to be when I kick those teams to the back of your foot.
That's a nice pick up there.
It is 2nd down and 5. Down.
We don't need confidence from the peanut gallery.
Tackle behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
I'd like to say I want to have a little bit more decision with his comeback. He seems a little hesitant. And once you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job there by the defense. He has no choice but to take that loss.
They'll drop the throw.
Should a little frame come along with that too?
Seconds remaining. Here's 1st down.
Saints, let them parks here in streets.
Here's a timeout, Houston. That's their 2nd. And it comes with exactly 1 minute left in the game.
What's my guy with the microphone?
1st and 10.
Strat with me back.
Now, it's
We're starting to see him back right now, but you don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in front of second down. That will have equal opportunity to go run.
Today we met a wonderful family, Andrea, Derek, and Caitlin. They won the sweepstakes to have the opportunity to come to Epic Universe here at Universal Orlando Resort. Get to hang out with them would be better. This is something that I really enjoy. I took one of these works all the time, and I was able to show support and show the Epic Universe.
This offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go.
Here we go. One final play. They have tied it on the final play. An extra point now to win the game. Unbelievable, Mike. I mean, what a finish. So it's a win for the visiting Texans. They knew this would be a dogfight away from home. They were right. They come away with a hard-fought just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody.
Now, Chelsea finds herself in a 2-on-1 situation. See a smile on Tiffany's face. She owes Chelsea great, folks. That could have been a disaster. Rangers lights on. And kick right to the face of the champion. Now Nathan Frazier leaves it out. He got caught. Oh, he got caught. And Ray Phoenix got to make it play. Ray Phoenix. The Mexican muscle buster cover for the win. Phoenix with the play. Showing absolute respect to the challenger kind. And these two deserve the standing ovation that they're getting here tonight at the O2 Arena in London. You want to hear the blue line? Yeah.
It's a return from the 7. It was a pseudo-rookie season after an injury cost him last year. It's McCarthy. This one's to Hawkinson outright. He's going to push down. It's 14 yards. the chains reset.
Will become quarterback's best friend to that. For a short little gain and short little pass, gets us some yards after that.
Let's go now on the 39-yard line.
Together.
No good play action here. It's McCarthy. He's out of trouble. No one opens with chases to another carry.
X-Men. This is a 2-0 run first.
Today we had a wonderful family, Alexandria, Derek, and Caleb. They wanted the sweepstakes to have the opportunity to come to the Epic Universe here at the Universal Orlando Resort. I couldn't have asked for one today. Anything else that would be better? Something that I really enjoy. I know that these works overtime, and I was able to enjoy the performance.
He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shape the foundation. Preparation makes you wonder what's in store.
Now it's Will Reichert on the extra point. The point after Smith's up. The Vikings will step out to a 7-0 lead. Six-year pro out of Oregon. Took his entire career so far. Most defense, this guy, Justin Herbert.
Biggest mistake you can make here is letting his offense get suckered into trying and matching the pace while the opposition just set. Even if what's going in the game, he's got to have the poise and the patience here to run the opening script they plan for all week long. Play your game, not let the circumstances dictate the course of the game.
He's only able to follow his man for about 3 yards.
That's the one thing they were looking for here, kid. Some shuffling back here in the playbook. Aggressive call on second.
Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. From the 31. That's caught. Keenan Allen. He will have this across that 40-yard line before they manage to stop him. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. Some sort of response.
You don't need all these home runs or big highlights. You just need to keep matriculating the ball down the field.
See the hands of empty slate. He drives this across the field and down into the territory.
That's what you call efficiency. That's what you're looking for at first down. It's not too bad. It's simple, very manageable. It's that space. You got to take a shot downfield.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Working for the gun here. It's Herbert. Johnson complete. He gets this one down to the 27-yard line. Excellent.
20 yards there. That's going to move the sticks.
What I like about that team, I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here. They're going to yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for deep to pick up the ball.
Drive picks up here, 1st and 10. Play fake. Now Herbert to throw. Finds him over the middle. He's got a decent gain before being brought down. Usually a strong part of the yards. Matchup starts to come soon enough.
And you never go broke taking a profit. And you know this one too, Kate. Clubs always lead to.
After a good pickup, they've got 7-4. Now it's Kim and Ticker on for the extra point. Right down the middle, let's go. And the Chargers respond to some of their own. Very early. We've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. Starting from the 5. Just beyond the own 20. After the second time this game, we get a look at this Vikings offense. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air. So expect some tighter coverage this time around. Players took on game. So let's read our back throw. Toss incomplete on the target. That's the intended target. We'll see what they do here on 2nd down.
I think if you look up the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect finish. He was all over the cover, really forcing the completion.
Streisand on 2nd down. Finally, just beyond. It's 3rd down.
They got some nuggets of the on the stat sheet. You see a big play on the down later on. Largely because of a play just like that, softening up the front, opening the door. Bigger gap for the future.
A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. The shotgun, McCarthy. Defense is too much here. The Chargers bring him down. The defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
A number of times we see quarterbacks with his running ability make plays, critical plays on 3rd down. It's got to be refreshing for that defense to finally see them right side of it.
Now the 2 men who face off. Defiance of the King of Red. Looking for another mid-up goodness from behind. The ring general flattens to you, so and look at this showdown. It could happen.
And we'll see Ryan Wright come on for the Vikings to put this away on 4th. Can't evade the coverage team for much. They stop him before he gets really anything on that return.
It could be Sammy Elba. For the contact.
Taking on the New York Giants. Happy to be on hand. I'm Brandon Garden with Charles Davis. And before we kick one, your Keys to the Win. I
For teams in the big one, making sure you avoid giving up the big play. These safeties are going to get tested all game long. Their job, keep the ball in front of them, tackle people, make them run extra plays in order to try and score.
Set to go. Young Wei Koo ready to do the honors. And off we go from MetLife Stadium. And they will get this out to the 25. So out comes the Washington offense into the field. Orchestrating the offense will be the versatile quarterback, the Hawaii native Oregon Duck product. Of course, that's Marcus Mariota.
Coming out of Oregon as the Heisman Trophy winner, we thought that this guy was headed towards superstardom, but while he didn't quite reach those heights, he did have some flashes along the way. And right now, his athleticism continues to keep him in the league. Still has a good arm, mobile, a great guy to have in the locker room. He can win if given an opportunity.
To throw quickly is Mariota. And he'll get it out just short of the 45 at the 44. An early statement on the game's first play. 18 yards in the first down.
It's a nice zone breaker right there. Take the tight end, move back to the slot, then have run a corner route versus the zone coverage, which means he's going to be behind the shallow coverage and ahead of the deep coverage. Put the ball right on it.
Mariota. Open man is Sandler, complete. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion. And it'll be second down. Now Mariota. Now he'll tuck this and run. Mariota had an 87-yard run as a rookie. This one a bit less, but it is a first down.
That's an early scramble reviewed positively by either side. From the offensive point of view, it begins to establish it as a possibility to keep it on certain plays. And defensively, they're going to give up a huge play for one of their first tests of containing a quarterback on the run.
2 yards on the pickup there. It'll be second and 8.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defense in front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about when they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going, and then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.